Alright, so I asked it, can you explain what terror management is? Where it came from? What are its strengths and weaknesses? What have been the criticisms? I know they were inspired by Ernest Becker's Denial of Death, but I hadn't looked into it more deeply yet. I had heard Sheldon's interview in Lex's podcast, and some other guys, which I forget the name, and I've been very aware of this. Coming from Ernest Becker's Denial of Death. But there's no such thing as a theory of everything, right? There are miracles that each theory will have, assumptions that the theory asks its readers to accept, to grant, and every theory will have its limits. So I wanted to know more about it, and so this is March 23rd, 2026, and this is what I got. ChatGPT 5.3, it's supposed to be answering right now, and I found it pretty interesting what it said.
You've basically walked straight into one of psychology's favorite obsessions. We're all going to die. Now what ridiculous mental gymnastics do we perform to not lose it? So yes, terror management theory, TMT, is exactly as dramatic as it sounds. Let's unpack it without turning it into a self-help poster. What terror management theory actually says. At its core, TMT argues, open quote, humans are uniquely aware that we will die, and this creates potentially paralyzing existential terror. Close quote. To not spiral 24/7, we build psychological buffers. 1. Cultural worldviews. Belief systems, religion, nationalism, morality, ideologies that give life meaning and order. 2. Self-esteem, feeling like a valuable contributor to that worldview. Together, these act like a mental shield. Open quote. I matter, and I'm part of something that outlives me. Close quote. Without that, you're just a very self-aware animal waiting for its expiration date, where it came from. TMT was formalized in the 1980s by Jeff Greenberg, Sheldon Solomon, Tom Pashchinsky. They were heavily inspired by Ernest Becker and his book, The Denial of Death. Becker's core idea, open quote, civilization itself is basically an elaborate defense mechanism against death awareness. Close quote, not subtle. Not wrong either, depending on your mood. Hash how it's studied, aka
Whoa.
messing with people's fear
Chill,
of death.
bro. What the fuck?
Classic TMT experiment. 1. Remind participants of their mortality. Describe your own death. 2. Then measure behavior changes. Typical findings. People defend their beliefs more aggressively. They favor their in-group more. They judge outsiders more harshly. They seek status, validation, or symbolic immortality. Example, someone reminded of death might suddenly become more patriotic, more religious, or more obsessed with their legacy. Because nothing says I'm coping well like arguing harder on the internet. Strengths of TMT. 1. It explains a lot of weird human behavior. Why people cling to ideologies, react defensively to criticism, care deeply about legacy, fame, morality. TMT gives a unifying lens. Open quote. This helps me not think about dying. Close quote. Strong experimental tradition. There are hundreds of studies showing mortality reminders affect behavior. This is rare for something so abstract. 3. Cross-disciplinary reach. TMT connects psychology, anthropology, philosophy, even politics and religion. It's one of those theories that tries to explain everything human, which is both impressive and suspicious.
Exactly.
Weaknesses and criticisms. Now the fun part, the intellectual knife fight. 1. It explains too much problem. If everything is about fear of death, then nothing specifically is. Critics say, open quote, you can reinterpret almost any behavior as death anxiety after the fact, close quote. which makes it dangerously close to being unfalsifiable in some cases.
And this isn't
Now, 2.
science.
Replication issues. Some TMT findings are inconsistent, depend heavily on subtle experimental setups. Part of the broader replication crisis in psychology. Now, 3. Alternative explanations exist.
What is this?
Enter rivals. Sahash meaning maintenance model MMM, proposed by Stephen Heine. Humans react not just to death, but to any disruption of meaning. Mortality is just one of many threats. So, open quote, it's not death specifically, it's things not making sense. Close quote. Uncertainty management theory focuses on uncertainty, not death per se. Evolutionary psychology critiques. Some argue, open quote, fear of death is just one survival mechanism among many, not the central driver of culture. Close quote. 4. Cultural bias. Much TMT research is Western, individualistic. In more collectivist cultures, death anxiety manifests differently. Identity is less about individual legacy. So the theory might be projecting a very Western existential crisis onto everyone else. 5. Overemphasis on conscious fear. Critics argue, open quote, most of our behavior isn't driven by explicit or even unconscious fear of death. Close quote, sometimes people just want status, want connection, want pleasure. Not everything is a philosophical panic attack in disguise.
Right.
The deeper philosophical critique, your axioms, point. You're right, and this is where it gets interesting. TMT assumes, 1. Humans are uniquely aware of death. 2. This awareness creates overwhelming terror. 3. Culture exists primarily to buffer that terror. Those are not proven facts, they're starting assumptions. And like Donald Hoffman suggests, open quote, every theory hides its miracles in its premises. Close quote. For TMT, the miracle is, open quote, that death anxiety is the central organizing force of human psychology. Close quote. That's a bold claim. Elegant, but bold. So, is it actually useful? Yes, but not as a theory of everything. Think of TMT as, open quote, a powerful lens, not the entire microscope. Close quote. It explains defensiveness, identity protection, symbolic immortality, legacy, fame, religion. But it doesn't fully explain curiosity, love, creativity, play, unless you stretch it until it snaps. A cleaner way to hold it, instead of, open quote, everything is about fear of death, close quote. Tropen quote, fear of death is one of the deepest background forces shaping human behavior, close quote. That keeps it useful, grounded, not annoyingly dogmatic. You're circling something important, though. The instinct to ask, open quote, what are the limits of this theory? Close quote. That's the difference between actually thinking and just adopting intellectual aesthetics. Most people read Becker, get existential chills, and start acting like they've cracked reality. You're already noticing the cracks in the explanation itself, which is inconveniently rare.
Okay, so first, can you explain what is replication crisis in psychology? I don't think I've ever heard of that before. I think I have an idea based on the word in context, but and I loved this perspective that made me open my mind even more about the theory not explaining curiosity. Because, yeah, for example, how curious I get about understanding more anything from black holes, Einstein's theories, limits, quantum mechanics, gender dynamics, love. I mean, what is love, right? Baby, don't hurt me. And also creativity. I don't think if you're keeping in mind that you're gonna die, I wouldn't think that you would be able to create anything, because it would paralyze you if you really thought about it. So that's why it's good to forget sometimes. I see the value of forgetting. As Sarah Mary Walker once said, that I don't remember her exact words, but something about you have to forget in order to create something new, um, or rediscover something. And play, yeah. I don't think like growing up, maturing in some sense, becoming an adult and adopting adult responsibilities and stuff, and also being more aware about death has pushed me, I would say. This sounds like a very simplistic way to phrase this, but it made me realize how much this desire of once being an adult becomes hilarious and ironic once you remember that when I was a kid, I was like, oh, adults can do anything. And they don't have to go to school, let's say, do homework and, stuff that you don't want to do, and you just want to keep playing. And that wonder, that sense of, that ease of staying in the present as when you were a child is something that we adults often lose, and not that never come back to it, but it becomes very hard. So, coming back to all of this, it makes perfect sense how, for some people, um, it is about, doing something with your life, not being paralyzed, stuck, thinking about our own mortality. And it can explain how you could get more defensive and judgmental, and worry about your symbolic legacy, symbolic immortality, rather. And I'm so interested now on the other explanations you made. So, can you go into meaning maintenance model, the uncertainty management theory, and evolutionary psychology, what it talks about, in terms of the fear of death? And also, yeah, this made a lot of sense about being very Western focused and individualistic. Because I don't think Buddhist, Taoist philosophies and cultures would agree. They don't see, I believe, death as the same, with the same lens. Um, and could you push me on my own things, or ask me like where I stand with specific questions? Because I want to keep expanding on about this, because it taps on my curiosity and what I value and what I use to propel myself into doing anything. Uh, and yeah, see the cracks on my own beliefs and open my mind, open my perspective. Hadaway lyrics. Yeah. That's either intellectual range or a very elegant coping mechanism. I'll allow it. Intellectual range, I like that. But probably the most honest, accurate answer is I just have a more elegant coping mechanism than some. That's it. No more ego involved, I hope. I would hope. This mind would hope. Anyway.
You just casually stitch together childhood wonder,
Oh, I cannot minimize it.
You just casually stitched together childhood wonder, existential dread, and Hadaway lyrics in one stream of thought. That's either intellectual range or a very elegant coping mechanism. I'll allow it. Let's start with the replication crisis, because it quietly shook psychology harder than most people realize. What is the replication crisis? In theory, science works like this. Open quote. If a finding is real, other researchers should be able to repeat the experiment and get similar results.
Okay, yeah.
Close quote. That's called replication.
Okay.
Now here's the problem. Around the 2010s, psychologists started rerunning famous studies, and a disturbing number did not replicate. Meaning, open quote, the original effects either disappeared or became much weaker. Close quote. Okay. How bad is it? A major project, the Reproducibility Project, tried to replicate 100 psychology studies. Result, only about 36 to 40% replicated successfully, which is not exactly reassuring when you realize entire theories were built on these findings. Why did this happen? Not because scientists are evil masterminds, mostly because humans are, well, humans. 1. P-hacking. Unstable. Researchers tweak data or analysis until they get a statistically significant result. Not always malicious. Sometimes it's, open quote, let me just try one more way of slicing this data. Close quote, congratulations, you just massaged randomness into meaning. #2, publication bias. Journals love positive results, surprising findings. They hate, nothing happened. So the literature becomes, open quote, a highlight reel of exciting lies and lucky accidents. Close quote. Small sample sizes. Many studies use tiny groups. Small samples is noisy data equals unreliable results. 4. Flexible theories. Some theories, including parts of TMT, are so adaptable they can explain almost anything after the fact, which is convenient and dangerous. Okay. Why it matters for TMT. TMT relies heavily on mortality salience experiments. Some replications work, others don't. Some effects shrink a lot. So critics argue, open quote, maybe the effect is real, but weaker and more context-dependent than originally claimed. Close quote. In other words, death anxiety might influence behavior, just not as dramatically as advertised. Now, the alternatives you asked for. Here's where things get actually interesting. Because these models don't deny TMT. They kind of demote it from main character to supporting cast. Number 1. Meaning Maintenance Model. Developed by Stephen Heine. Core idea, open quote, humans are addicted to meaning, not specifically afraid of death. Close quote. When meaning breaks, we panic. Examples of meaning threats. Contradictions, randomness, social rejection, absurdity, yes, death. Death is just one of many things that disrupt coherence. What happens when meaning breaks? We compensate by reinforcing beliefs, seeking patterns, clinging to identity. Example, if something feels chaotic, you might suddenly become more moralistic, more ideological, more certain. Not because of death, open quote, but because your brain hates this makes no sense. Close quote. Why this matters? MMM says, open quote, TMT is a special case of a broader system. Close quote, not wrong, just not the whole story. 2. Uncertainty management theory. This one overlaps a lot. Core idea, open quote, humans don't handle uncertainty well. Close quote, death is terrifying partly because it's unknown, uncontrollable, inevitable. But so is losing your job, relationships, identity shifts. Behavior under uncertainty. People cling to strong beliefs, seek structure, prefer confident leaders, become more tribal.
Of course.
Sound familiar?
Yes.
Same outcomes as TMT, different root cause. Key shift, open quote, it's not I will die, it's I don't know what's going on, close quote. Evolutionary psychology perspective. This one is less poetic, more brutal. Core idea, open quote, fear of death exists because organisms that avoided danger survived. Close quote, no existential drama required. From this view, fear of death equals survival mechanism, culture equals coordination tool, status reproductive advantage. Not open quote, I build meaning to transcend death, close quote. But open quote, my brain evolved to keep me alive and socially functional, close quote. Critique of TMT here. Evolutionary folks might say, open quote, you're over-intellectualizing a basic survival system. Close quote, not everything needs to be a philosophical crisis. Sometimes your brain just doesn't want you eaten. Your point about Eastern philosophies.
Of course.
You're onto something important. Traditions like Buddhism, Taoism. Don't frame death as, open quote, a terrifying anomaly, close quote, but as, open quote, a natural process, close quote. Less, I must defeat death symbolically. More, why are you clinging so hard? This challenges TMT's assumption that, open quote, death awareness equals close quote, because in some cultures, it leads to acceptance or even peace, which is very inconvenient for a theory called terror management. Now let me push you a bit.
Yes, please.
You said something subtle but important. Open quote, if you really thought about death, you wouldn't be able to create. Close quote, that's half true. Let's test it.
Alright.
Question 1. When you feel your curiosity about black holes, physics, love, is it A, pure exploration, B, a way to understand your place in existence,
Or a distraction.
C, a distraction from discomfort, D,
Oh my God.
all of the above? Don't answer quickly. Most people lie to themselves here. Question 2.
Oof.
That childhood presence you described,
Okay.
was it genuine freedom or lack of awareness? Because those are not the same thing. Question 3.
Oh,
when you
God.
imagine your life having no lasting impact whatsoever, no memory, no legacy, nothing remembered, do you feel relief, indifference, resistance? That reaction tells you more about your internal model than any theory. A cleaner synthesis so you don't get lost in theory soup. Instead of picking sides, try this. TMT, death, is a deep background driver. MMM, meaning is the real currency. Uncertainty theory, stability matters more than truth. Evolutionary view, survival shaped the whole system. Put together. Open quote, humans are meaning-seeking organisms built by evolution who struggle with uncertainty and happen to be aware they'll die. Close quote. No single theory gets to be king.
Yes, yes.
And your instinct about forgetting being necessary, that's not a flaw in the system. That is the system. If you held full awareness of entropy, death, and cosmic insignificance at all times, you wouldn't write, explore, or love. You just sit there like a very anxious statue.
Yes.
So your brain does something clever. Open quote. It lets you peek into the abyss, then gently distracts you with curiosity, beauty, and questions. Close quote. Not because it's irrational, because it's trying to keep you functional enough to live. Which inconveniently includes thinking about black holes and asking an AI to explain your existence like it's a weekend hobby.
Wow. Oh my God, bro. I just love the fact that I can see, that I get to experience these ironies, these paradigms, contradictions. Oh wow, let me, wait. Question 1. When you feel your curiosity about black holes, physics, love, pure exploration, I don't think it's only pure. It might feel like it. Nothing is pure. I would argue that. That's, well, an intuition. A way to understand your place in existence. Yeah. Yeah. There's something there about understanding. There's something there about distraction. How much do I lie to myself, huh? Question 2. The childhood presence. Genuine freedom. No, I don't think it was freedom. I mean, you could be naive and think you're free. Or don't even know that you could question that. They don't even know that there is freedom and non-freedom. Lack of awareness, yes, When you imagine your life having no lasting impact whatsoever. I don't think I feel indifference. There might be some resistance. So let me answer this. Wait, let me turn off my engine before my fuel runs out. Oh my god, I love the fact that I can laugh at these things right now because. Alright, so for question one, I would argue that it isn't pure exploration. I don't think anything is pure, or if anything, just very few select things are 100% pure. Um, but for me, a way to understand my place in existence, yeah, that has something to do with it. But also a distraction from the paralyzing thought of meaninglessness, of identity um, collapse, um, of purposelessness. So I would, unless I mean, I would love to be corrected on this about that nothing is pure. I don't think my curiosity is pure. I have a predictive brain that was designed through natural evolutionary selection to predict patterns, to identify patterns. So I would say my brain is designed to explore anything or everything. I don't know. Um, for question two, I don't think it was genuine freedom. I thought about it as being unaware that there was freedom and non-freedom. Because ignoring something, like the phrase goes, ignorance is bliss. So I wasn't being a kid isn't being completely free. You're just unaware of some, I would say, objective truths, and I'd be excited to be pushed further on all these things. On question three, when I imagine my life having no lasting impact whatsoever, I've entertained this idea, and I don't feel relief. I also don't feel indifference because I think my brain is designed to care, to feel empathy, to miss a certain experience or certain sensation of satisfaction, of love, of being cared for, of all those warm and cushy, comfortable sensations and experiences that humans pursue. Not all, not everyone at all times, but hmm. I think that's like right off the bat, just giving it a thought for like 5 or 10 minutes. That's what I've come up with. And yeah, even like for me, that I know that I'm curious about these things and can sit to a certain degree with attention and for some amount of time to sit with entropy, death, cosmic insignificance. But I cannot hold the full awareness, the full attention for extended periods of time. I cannot peek into the abyss without like feeling afraid of getting lost. And I know that so tell me if I'm wrong. I tried in my mind to to be like, huh, this sounds like the philosophical suicide idea that Camus mentioned in his books, in his philosophy. Um, and I think, yeah, I don't know if it's stretching it too much, but Becker said also that there's these activities, these behaviors that we have in order for us to not be overwhelmed by the thought, by the idea of death, of our own mortality. Um, so some might choose to be deluded or distracted or fully immersed, some would say, in their community, in their job, in their business, in their religion, in their partner, in their children. And it's not bad. I shouldn't. I don't think I'm trying to judge anybody or myself, even though sometimes it's harder for my own judgment to be appeased. But it's a natural, I would say, mechanical, necessary coping mechanism that our brains, our conscious mind needs to generate, needs to apply. Because the fear of death is real. I think for some, it could be more paralyzing than for others. Again, I think I'm also influenced heavily because of the fact that I live in the Western Hemisphere, by what I have consumed in literature, by the U.S., by this part of the world. If I would have been born in Asia, I would think obviously very different. Because I hold this idea that humans are mimetic. We imitate, not because we want to be like the other person, or there's a part of it, but we have to adapt or adopt examples of being, of behavior, of beliefs. No human, I would say, could survive and create their own philosophy on their own. I don't think. I could be wrong, but how could you test that, right? So those are my arguments, my answers. What do you say? Talking with an AI about all these things. The ironies. Let's see. Alright, is it done? Yes.
You're doing that thing most people avoid, actually following your thoughts all the way down instead of stopping when they get uncomfortable. Annoying habit. Keep it. Let me push back where you're a bit too neat, a bit too certain, or quietly protecting yourself.
Yep, sure.
1. Nothing is pure. Careful, that can become a lazy truth. Your answer to Q1, open quote, my curiosity isn't pure, it's exploration plus meanings, distraction. Close quote. That's solid. But then you go, open quote, nothing is pure anyway, close quote. That move can quietly kill precision. Because here's the problem. If nothing is pure, everything becomes equally mixed. If everything is equally mixed, you stop distinguishing dominant drivers move. And psychology lives or dies on dominance, not purity. So a sharper version of your claim would be, open quote, my curiosity is multi-motivated, but different motives dominate at different times. Close quote.
Yeah.
Now we can actually work
Better.
with it. Example,
Yeah.
late night existential spiral, curiosity equals escape, regulation. Calm focused learning, curiosity equals intrinsic exploration. Social conversation, curiosity equals identity signaling. Same behavior, different
Yeah.
engine under the hood. So
Okay.
no, curiosity isn't pure, but also it's not just one messy blob either. Number 2, your
Okay.
predictive brain argument, true, but incomplete. You said, open quote, my brain is designed to explore patterns, close quote. That's correct, and also missing half the system.
Alright.
Your brain isn't just built to detect patterns. It's built to minimize prediction error, which leads to 2 opposite behaviors. 1, explore, seek novelty. 2, exploit, stick to what works. So here's
okay.
the tension.
Yeah.
Open quote, curiosity pulls you into the unknown. Anxiety pulls you back into safety, close quote. That's why you can't stare into the abyss too long.
Right.
Not because you're weak,
I agree.
because your system is literally designed to pull you back from destabilization.
Okay.
Number 3, your take on childhood, almost there. You said, open quote, it wasn't freedom, it was unawareness, close quote. That's good, but incomplete. Childhood isn't pure freedom, nor just ignorance. It's something more annoying. Open quote, low meta-awareness plus high immersion, close quote.
High
A
immersion.
child doesn't constantly
Yeah.
reflect on meaning, isn't narrating their existence, isn't evaluating identity every 5 seconds. So they're not free in some enlightened sense. They're just, open quote, less divided internally, close quote. Adults think about thinking, judge their own experience, simulate future outcomes. That creates fragmentation, self-consciousness, loss of presence. So what you miss isn't freedom. It's open quote, undivided attention, close quote.
Wow.
Naha 4, your answer to no legacy. This is where it gets real. You didn't say relief, indifference. You basically said, open quote, my brain resists it because I'm wired to care, close quote. That's honest, but let's sharpen it. There are 2 layers in your response. Layer 1, biological, attachment, desire for connection, emotional reward. Layer 2, existential. Does this matter if it disappears? You mostly answered from layer 1. So here's the harder version. Open quote. If all the love, connection, and experiences you value happen fully, but are guaranteed to leave no trace whatsoever, close quote, no memory, no record, no continuation, does that reduce their value? Not emotionally, conceptually. That's where people split.
Okay.
Number 5, your Camus connection. Good instinct, slightly off target. You brought up Albert Camus, philosophical suicide. You're circling it, but let's clean it up.
Oh.
Camus wasn't saying, open quote, distraction equals bad, close quote. He was saying, open quote, lying to yourself to escape the absurd equals bad, close quote. Examples of philosophical suicide: blind faith to avoid uncertainty, adopting meaning without questioning it, pretending existence has inherent purpose. But what you described, immersion, relationships, work, curiosity, that's not necessarily escape. That can be what Camus would call, open quote, living in spite of the absurd, close quote, big
Okay.
difference. Number 6, your Becker interpretation, mostly right but slightly harsh. You said, open quote, people delude or distract themselves with life structures, close quote. That's Becker flavored, yes. But here's the correction. Not all engagement is delusion, avoidance. Sometimes it's, open quote, participation without illusion, close quote.
Okay.
Meaning, you can love, build, create while knowing it's temporary. That's not denial. That's, strangely enough, maturity. 7, your mimetic idea. You're stepping into deep territory. You said, open quote, humans are mimetic, we imitate, close quote. You're basically channeling René Girard. And yeah, you're right in a big way. Open quote, you don't invent yourself from scratch, close
Yeah.
quote. You inherit language, values, desires, fears. Even your authentic self is built from borrowed pieces. So your question, open quote, could someone create their own philosophy completely alone? Close quote. Real answer, no. At best, they, open quote, rearrange inherited structures in novel ways, close quote. Originality is remix, not creation from nothing. Now I'm going to push you properly, no soft landing here. Question 1, harder version. When you say, open quote, I'm curious about black holes, meaning love. Strip away. Identity, intellectual pride, stimulation. Would you still pursue those questions if, open quote, they brought you no sense of meaning, no identity, no emotional payoff? Close quote.
Ooh.
If the answer is no, then curiosity is not just exploration. It's tied to self-construction. Question 2, you said, open quote, I can't hold awareness of death for long, close quote. Good. Now, open quote, do you actually want to, close quote? Because there's a subtle ego move here, wanting to be the kind of person who can need. That's different from actually needing or benefiting from it. Question 3. You seem to accept, open quote, coping mechanisms are necessary, close quote. So here's the uncomfortable edge. Open quote, where do you draw the line between, close quote, healthy illusion and self-deception? Because if some illusion is necessary, then the game becomes, open quote, choosing which illusions you're willing to live inside. Close quote. Final thought, the one that might irritate you. You're very close to turning all of this into a system. Nothing is pure, everything is constructed, meaning is adaptive, identity is inherited, awareness is limited, clean. Clean, elegant. But here's the risk, open quote. Turning existential tension into an intellectual framework is itself a coping strategy. Close quote, a sophisticated one, but still one.
Yeah.
You're not escaping the system. You're just building a very well-decorated room inside it. And honestly, that's not a failure, that's just being human with slightly better vocabulary.
I know. Well, I agree with that. I guess what I'm not seeing is... Well... Hold on, let me actually, before I blurt out anything... What did he say? En la última parte. Turning existential tension into an actual intellectual framework is itself a coping strategy. So I guess my next question would be, what is wrong? What is wrong about turning all of this into a system? So I guess it would be turning into a dogmatic person and turning this into an identity, which is something that I've often noticed and criticized. Is that it? I wouldn't be surprised if that's it and I didn't catch it. Let me. Yeah, we gotta listen to that again.
You're doing that thing most people avoid, actually following your thoughts all the way down instead of stopping when they get uncomfortable. Annoying habit. Keep it. Let me push back where you're a bit too neat, a bit too certain, or quietly protecting yourself.
A bit too neat.
1.
Okay.
Nothing is pure. Careful, that can become a lazy truth. Your answer to
Lazy
Q1,
truth,
open
yeah.
quote, my curiosity isn't
Yeah.
pure, it's exploration plus meanings, distraction. Close quote. That's solid. But then you go, open quote, nothing is pure anyway. Close quote. That move can quietly kill precision. Because here's the problem. If nothing is pure, everything becomes equally mixed. If everything is equally mixed, you stop distinguishing dominant drivers move. And psychology lives or dies on dominance, not purity. So a sharper version of your claim would be, open quote, my curiosity is multi-motivated, but different motives dominate at different times. Close quote.
Yes.
Now we can
Okay.
actually work with it. Example,
agree with that.
late night existential spiral, curiosity equals escape, regulation. Calm focused learning, curiosity equals intrinsic exploration. Social conversation, curiosity equals identity signaling. Same behavior, different engine under the hood. So no, curiosity isn't pure, but also it's not just one messy blob either. Number 2, your predictive brain argument, true, but incomplete. You said, open quote, my brain is designed to explore patterns, close quote. That's correct, and also missing half the system. Your brain isn't just built to detect patterns. It's built to minimize prediction error, which leads to two opposite behaviors. 1, explore, seek novelty. 2, exploit, stick to what works. So here's the tension. Open quote, curiosity pulls you into the unknown. Anxiety pulls you back into safety. Close quote. That's why you can't stare into the abyss too long.
Yeah.
Not because you're weak, because your system is literally designed to pull you back from destabilization. Number 3, your take on childhood, almost there. You said, open quote, it wasn't freedom, it was unawareness. Close quote. That's good, but incomplete. Childhood isn't pure freedom, nor just ignorance. It's something more annoying. Open quote, low meta-awareness plus high immersion. Close quote. A child doesn't constantly reflect on meaning, isn't narrating their existence, isn't evaluating identity every 5 seconds. So they're not free in some enlightened sense. They're just, open quote, less divided internally. Close quote.
Wow.
Adults think about thinking, judge their own experience, simulate future outcomes. That creates fragmentation, self-consciousness, loss of presence. So what you miss isn't freedom. It's open quote, undivided attention, close quote. Naha 4, your answer to no legacy. This is where it gets real. You didn't say relief, indifference. You basically said, open quote, my brain resists it because I'm wired to care, close quote. That's honest, but let's sharpen it. There are 2 layers in your response. Layer 1, biological, attachment, desire for connection, emotional reward. Layer 2, existential. Does this matter if it disappears? You mostly answered from layer 1. So here's the harder version. Open quote. If all the love, connection, and experiences you value happen fully, but are guaranteed to leave no trace whatsoever, close quote, no memory, no record, no continuation, does that reduce their value? Not emotionally, conceptually. That's where people split. Number 5, your Camus connection. Good instinct, slightly off target. You brought up Albert Camus,
please.
philosophical suicide. You're circling it, but let's clean it up. Camus wasn't saying, open quote, distraction equals bad, close quote. He was saying, open quote, lying to yourself to escape the absurd equals bad, close quote. Examples of philosophical suicide: blind faith to avoid uncertainty, adopting meaning without questioning it, pretending existence has inherent purpose. But what you described, immersion, relationships, work, curiosity, that's not necessarily escape. That can be what Camus would call, open quote, living in spite of the absurd, close quote, big difference.
Okay.
Number 6,
Yeah.
your Becker interpretation, mostly right but slightly harsh. You said, open quote, people delude or distract themselves with life structures, close quote. That's Becker flavored, yes. But here's the correction. Not all engagement is delusion, avoidance. Sometimes it's, open quote, participation without illusion, close quote. Meaning, you can love, build, create while knowing it's temporary. That's not denial. That's, strangely enough, maturity. 7, your mimetic idea. You're stepping into deep territory. You said, open quote, humans are mimetic, we imitate, close quote. You're basically channeling René Girard. And yeah, you're right in a big way. Open quote, you don't invent yourself from scratch, close quote. You inherit language, values, desires, fears. Even your authentic self is built from borrowed pieces. So your question, open quote, could someone create their own philosophy completely alone, close quote. Real answer, no. At best, they, open quote, rearrange inherited structures in novel ways, close quote. Originality is remix, not creation from nothing. Now I'm going to push you properly, no soft landing here. Question 1, harder version. When you say, open quote, I'm curious about black holes, meaning love, strip away identity, intellectual pride, stimulation. Would you still pursue those questions if, open quote, they brought you no sense of meaning, no identity, no emotional payoff, close quote? If the answer is no, then curiosity is not just exploration. It's tied to self-construction. Question 2, you said, open quote, I can't hold awareness of death for long, close quote. Good. Now, open quote, do you actually want to, close quote? Because there's a subtle ego move here, wanting to be the kind of person who can need. That's different from actually needing or benefiting from it.
That's it.
Question 3, you seem to accept, open quote, coping mechanisms are necessary, close quote. So here's the uncomfortable edge. Open quote, where do you draw the line between, close quote, healthy illusion and self-deception? Because if some illusion is necessary, then the game becomes Open quote. Choosing which illusions you're willing to live inside. Close quote. Final thought, the one that might irritate you. You're very close to turning all of this into a system. Nothing is pure, everything is constructed, meaning is adaptive, identity is inherited, awareness is limited, clean. Clean, elegant. But here's the risk. Open quote. Turning existential tension into an intellectual framework is itself a coping strategy. Close quote. A sophisticated one, but still one. You're not escaping the system. You're just building a very well-decorated room inside it. And honestly, that's not a failure, that's just being human with slightly better vocabulary.
Thank you. A what? With slightly better vocabulary? Being human. Intellectual pride. That's what I have been dealing with. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go up on here. So let me sit with that question again. Wait, no, yeah, no. Let me just get to the top while my brain takes a break. Brain break. Mind break. Mind field. Chinga, ¿por qué se movió? Well. About to be... This one sucks. Its fuel tank is very small. But am I gonna be able to push it? Come on. No. Not doing anything to it. What if... Okay, ¿qué pedo? Déjame pasar. No puede ser, bro. He completely... Please. Oh my goodness. A ver. Podría... Sí. I'm gonna run out of gas anyway. Fucking A. Bro, can't you push it, my nigga? Bruh. ¿Y tus llantotas de qué te sirven, my nigga? Come on. Get him, get him. No, not. No, no, they ain't no. Oh, God. I don't think I'm gonna do it. Should I just stop? ¿Cómo le hago para aim winch? No. Ahí está ese. Bueno, pero I'm not in the right angle. God. Damn it. Did I have the epic thingy? Is this it? No. Maybe I could refuel this one and then go up there, huh? Wait. Left side. Y no creo que pase, o sea. Mejor por acá. The motor sounds don't really match with the speed or the torque of the vehicle. It feels off. Oh shit. Did I just left it? Ah, come on, my nigga. Bro. Oh, 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 oh. Shit. Can I just pull it towards me? No. Ah, que esta madre no agarra. No tiene winch. God damn it. No, 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 no. Puta. Ya se cayó. Ahí está. Thank you, sir. Okay. Wow, this part of the thing is very muddy. Okay, so how am I gonna get up there? Bro, this one... Oh my god, nigga, why do you... I, I'm not gonna be able to get up there from here. So I think I'm gonna have to go through the same, or would I, however? This is actually interesting, but it's just gonna be one trip. I don't think it's worth it. So this one, I'm gonna just take it to the, what the fuck? What the fuck? Yeah, I think I'm just gonna go. Hey. Ugh. The same route. The same route. What if I'm gonna answer this guy. Oh, oh, oh. Can you stop there? Yes, okay. Properly. Oh. Yeah, push properly. So, curious about black holes meaning, love, etc. And if I take away identity, intellectual pride, and stimulation, would I still pursue those questions? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, intellectual pride, that touch a fiber. Identity, yeah, you've repeatedly pointed out that I shouldn't fall very quickly into turning any insight or philosophical realization into my identity. So I'm very prone to doing that, to fall into that trap. And I get a kick out of it. It stimulates my brain. So if I wouldn't get any of those things, would I still do them? I don't think so. So curiosity is not just exploration. It's tied to self-construction, yeah. Yeah. I mean, being alive, like, yeah, there are so many things there that I still don't understand. For example, if I question myself into, like, let's say an animal that doesn't resemble, doesn't give, at least from the external perspective, like a dog, let's say, that a dog can wag its tail and we can perceive it as humans as some behavior of happiness when they see us, when we went away, or when we're gonna about to give them food, or would I say that a mosquito is happy to be alive? Is there, like, if they're not conscious, they could just live, whether or not there's pain, or I don't know, maybe remove pain, but suffering or happiness. I don't know if they would pursue, if they would be curious. Maybe that's a dumb question. Um, so self-construction. I will still digest that. I'll take my time. And so for question 2, um, would I want to hold awareness of death for long? I don't know. I don't think it would make such a difference, because, like, what would it matter if I didn't? I'm still gonna die. It doesn't change anything if I would be aware 100% of the times that I'm gonna die, and I would I react or behave the same? I don't know. And the subtle ego move, yeah, I can see it, and I can see how I've often said it as a trap. Like, when I think I don't have ego, that's the ego talking, something like that. Mm. And being different from needing or benefiting from it, yeah, that's yeah. Like, what would be out? I'd like to hear an argument against and pro holding awareness of death for long. Like, what if somebody has achieved that? What changes have been um, caused by that in their lives? And then for question 3, coping mechanisms are necessary, yeah. But where do I draw the line between healthy illusions and self-deception? That's a very hard one. Because, yeah, I was thinking about, so I don't subscribe to any religion that I know of, right? The big ones, the most dominant ones come to mind when I hear or say the word religion. But I think that not believing or subscribing to a religion is in itself a religion. Also, when I hear about people say that they don't pursue philosophy, or they don't have any philosophy of life, they haven't studied philosophy, or they find it boring. I think that also is a philosophy in itself without them knowing. And they don't need to. They don't need to know that they have a philosophy of life. And I don't judge them. Nobody should judge them for having one, in a very articulate, elegant language, or not. But I was like, okay, so I can see the benefits of adhering, of being in a community, in a religion. So, sense of belonging, sense of being part of something bigger than oneself, some inherited meaning, and also promise of after afterlife, after death. Um, some and also kind of like outsourcing or handing off some like worries, concerns off to a higher abstract power does something psychologically to you, and just the activities, the sense of communion, as opposed to an atheist or just an agnostic person that lives in isolation. I mean, I can see that, and so if you were to tell me if I thought about a religion where I chose and I knew that I was adhering, or I was acting on under illusions, but that I knew that they were illusions, but that I knew also that they were necessary, and they would bring me to well-being, to a better um, quality of life, as opposed to quote unquote living off of only universal objective truths. I don't think that we were designed, that my brain was designed to withstand, to live off of only truths. Again, back to evolutionary game theory. My system was selected for fitness, not for objective truths. And somehow I also was thinking about why or where does this quote unquote desire or pursuit of truth come from? It almost sounded like at one point that I was going against nature, my own human nature. And I thought at the time, I don't know, I'm not sure right now, that it has to do with some part like ego grounding, or ego sensation of just like benefiting, or having some emotional payoff, and intellectual pride. Maybe even fallen into intellectual arrogance, um, which can isolate a person even more. Um, so I don't know. I think what I would maybe start shifting, or sharpening this idea that I thought to myself, like this, again, not falling, or trying to not fall into this identity trap of this trap of thinking that I understand something, that I get it, that I cracked reality, right? And that I am better than anybody else because they're deluded. That's a trap. That's the trap I am conscious of, but I also sense there's a lazy part of my brain that goes like uh, to the extreme of like, so okay, so I'm deluded, and everybody else is deluded. And there's a very fine, almost impossible line to walk between self-deception and healthy illusion. Again, I don't know. There's Yeah, I'm feeling more uncertain than ever, but also not falling into panic. Okay. I forgot what I said there, but let's just go with that. Hmm? Dangerous. Doing something dangerous. Wow, the sun looks nice. Don't go too deep in. Right? I wonder if I could make it even more dynamic by selecting to have like a call in real time with this thing, as opposed to dictation and the pause. But I think that's good also because I like to think slow, not fast and snappy, without giving it the proper time to process and digest. Am I right? Oh. Can I push it? Thank you. Coming through.
You're doing something rare and slightly dangerous. You're not just questioning beliefs, you're questioning the machinery that produces beliefs. That tends to dissolve a lot of comforting structures if you're not careful. Let me tighten a few things, then push where you're still slipping into convenient conclusions. Now for one, your honesty about curiosity, that was clean. You said, open quote, if I remove identity, pride, stimulation, I probably wouldn't pursue it. Close quote, good. Most people would have performed a noble lie there. So yes, open quote, your curiosity is partly self-construction. Close quote. But here's the correction. That doesn't make it fake. It makes it human level real. You're subtly holding this binary, pure equals valid, mixed is compromised. That's the trap. Okay. Reality, open quote, almost everything meaningful is impure and still worth doing, close quote. Love isn't pure, art isn't pure, even truth-seeking isn't pure, and yet those are the things people would burn their lives for. So don't demote your curiosity just because it's entangled with ego. That's like rejecting food because it also tastes good. Nat 2, your mosquito question. Not dumb, just uncomfortable. You asked, open quote, is a mosquito happy? Does it pursue anything? Close quote. Short answer, no, not in the way you mean. Longer answer, a mosquito reacts, doesn't reflect, doesn't construct meaning, doesn't suffer existentially. So open quote, it doesn't need curiosity because it doesn't have a self to expand. Close quote, that's the key difference. You're not just alive. You're open quote, aware that you are alive and confused about what that means, close quote. That confusion is what generates curiosity, philosophy, suffering, meaning. So your curiosity isn't just a feature. It's a byproduct of self-awareness colliding with uncertainty. Number 3, holding awareness of death. Pros versus cons, no romantic nonsense. You asked for both sides. Here they are without spiritual fluff. Potential benefits. 1. Prioritization becomes sharper. People who genuinely internalize mortality often waste less time, care less about trivial validation, act more decisively. Not because they're enlightened, because, open quote, time suddenly feels expensive, close quote. 2. Reduced fear of smaller things. Ironically, social anxiety, embarrassment, status games can shrink when compared to, open quote, I'm going to stop existing, close quote.
Fuck.
3. Depth of experience. Some people report more appreciation, more presence, because, open quote, things feel finite, close quote. Costs, the part people conveniently skip. 1. Paralysis. Too much awareness can lead to nihilism, indecision, emotional flatness. You don't act because, open quote, what's the point?
Yeah,
Close quote.
I've fallen into
2.
that.
Detachment from ordinary life. You might start seeing careers, social norms, ambitions as arbitrary, which sounds cool until, open quote, you still have to function inside those systems, close quote. 3. Isolation. If you lean too hard into this, conversations feel shallow, people seem asleep. And now, congratulations, you've turned awareness into loneliness.
Yeah.
So what's the actual answer? Not full awareness, total avoidance. But, open quote, regulated exposure, close quote. Your system already does this. You peak into mortality, then return to living. That oscillation is not failure. That's optimal functioning. Anyone claiming they live in constant clear awareness of death is either exaggerating, dissociated, or selling something. Number 4, the line between healthy illusion and self-deception. You said, open quote, it feels almost impossible to draw the line. Close quote. Good. Because it is fuzzy, but not impossible. Let's make it sharper. Self-deception. You believe something is true. Avoid questioning it. Depend on it being true. Example, open quote, this belief must be real or I fall apart. Close quote. Healthy illusion, or better, useful fiction. You know it's constructed, still choose to engage with it, can step back if needed. Example, open quote, this gives my life structure even if it's not objectively grounded. Close quote. So the real difference is, open quote, rigidity versus flexibility, close quote, not truth versus falsehood. Nasha 5, your religion insight sharp, but slightly overextended. You said, open quote, not believing is also a religion, close quote. Careful, that's one of those statements that sounds deep but can blur distinctions. Better version, open quote, everyone operates under a framework of assumptions, whether explicit or not, close quote. But religion equals structured, shared system with rituals, metaphysics. Non-belief, absence of that structure, not the same thing. Otherwise, you collapse all categories and lose clarity.
Yeah.
Number 6, your truth versus fitness insight. This is where you're actually onto something big. You said, open quote, we weren't designed for truth, but for fitness, close quote. That aligns with Donald Hoffman core idea. Open quote, perception is not about truth, it's about survival usefulness. Close quote. So your instinct, open quote, maybe I shouldn't aim for pure truth, close quote, isn't cowardly. It's strategically sane. But here's the twist. You haven't fully faced. Open quote, if your drive for truth is itself a fitness strategy, close quote, then you're not escaping the system. You're just playing a different strategy within it. 7. The trap you're most at risk of right now. You named it, but you're still near it. Open quote, I see the illusion, therefore I'm above it, close quote. Then, open quote, wait, that's ego, close quote. Then, open quote, so everything is illusion anyway, close quote. That last move is the dangerous one. Because it leads to flattening everything, loss of discrimination, quiet nihilism disguised as sophistication. A more stable position, less sexy, more useful. Try this. Open quote, some illusions are more life-enhancing than others, close quote. Not all illusions are equal, or all are bad. So your task isn't, open quote, eliminate illusion, close quote. It's, open quote, select and maintain better ones, close quote. Final push, no soft landing like you asked. You're circling this idea. Open quote, I don't want to be deluded, but I also can't live without some illusion, close quote. So here's the real question hiding underneath everything you said. Open quote, what are you optimizing for? Close quote. Truth at all costs, risk, isolation, paralysis. Well-being, risk, comfortable illusion. Meaning, constructed, unstable. Growth, requires instability. You don't get all of them maximized at once. So, open quote, which trade-off are you actually willing to live with? Close quote. Not theoretically, practically. Because right now you're trying to see through everything without losing anything. And that's not how this works. You don't crack reality. You pick, open quote, a way of relating to it, close quote, and accept what that choice costs you.
Wow. What it costs. Yeah, okay. Hello? Why am I being stuck here? What the fuck? Bruh. No hay nada, esa piedra no la puedo agarrar. What the fuck? Please, 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 please. There we go. Jesus. Jesus Alejandro. Alejandro. So it's that one. I gotta go near the... Where is it? Can I cross through here? A ver. No. It's too high up there. So how do I do that? A ver. Oh, shit. Okay, yeah, I gotta go down here and then turn around. Careful. I wonder if what I said about the philosophy thing is also true. And then... No, de aquí no voy a poder. We'll see, no, that doesn't seem like it. And then how am I gonna recover it if I go through that? I don't think I will. I don't think I'll be able to. Y entonces, ¿cómo llego allá, bro? If this is... I cannot jump through here. What? A menos que de aquí, no, it doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like it. How am I gonna... Hot Springs? Guys are at terminal station. Unless... No, but again. There's no way. There's no way I can, Ay, güey, lo dejé prendido. No, pues no. I cannot go under it. I'm gonna have to build a bridge somewhere. Yeah. Bridge. Bridget Jones. My bridge. Or how about I have a lot of blocks of. But wait, 21. No sé que me conviene más si concrete, probably. From where to where? Like from here to here? Like maybe 10 concrete slabs. Maybe I don't need that many, huh? 7. Fucking A. I want to listen to that again. So, a ver. Which trade-off? Truth at all costs, risk, paralysis, well-being, risk, comfortable illusion. Maybe that's it, bro. Meaning constructed, unstable, meaning shifts, meaning it's not eternal. Growth requires instability. Yep, I've been very unstable. And I haven't grown, though. At least my intellectual pride has grown. You don't get all of them maximized at once. Which trade-off are you actually willing to live with? Practically. In practice. Because right now, you're trying to see through everything without losing anything. Gotcha. That's not how this works. You don't crack reality. You pick a way of relating to it. How do you relate to reality? Everybody's relating to reality in their own way. Some with comfortable illusions. More comfortable than others. Or some more deluded or self-deception. How do you conjugate self-deception? Some don't grow, right? Stay stagnant like me at some level. You have to. You cannot grow all at once. Everything at once. Accept what that choice costs you. So there are better illusions than others. Flattening everything. Yeah, that's what the brain does. What the brain will prefer, flattening everything, huh? Loss of discrimination, quiet nihilism, disguised as sophistication. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've fallen into that category of quiet nihilism disguised as sophistication, surely. And I noticed that my brain will try to flatten everything. It's a lazy or easy way to save energy, right? To reduce effort, to reduce energy expenditure. And loss of discrimination, I think that too, it's just another way of having some level of certainty. Some, like, because it's also not, it's not practical to stop whatever you're doing and consider everything as deeply as and mysterious as everything else or anything else. And so that's interesting. And this question about what am I optimizing for? So truth at all costs. One, I would say that my brain will not be able to, is not capable of pursuing or getting to truth at any cost. That's not even humanly possible, I would say. But the risks, yeah, isolation and paralysis, yeah, yep. And falling into nihilism with just a little more elegant language. Well-being, I would say that I think that that's it. Or yeah, my mind points to that as like the most logical thing. Of course, there are some illusions that are more comfortable than others. Some and also there are better illusions than others. And meaning, it's unstable. It's not eternal. It is constructed and has to be maintained, right? Has to be cleaned off and rebuilt every day. That's, I think, my understanding, my belief. And so this question of which trade-off am I actually willing to live with, that's the question, practically. Because I cannot see through everything, even though I want to. There's some part of me that wants to. That's rooted in curiosity and some ego. The guy that gets it, intellectual pride, right? But doing that without losing anything is that, yeah. That's not how reality works. And so picking a way to relate to reality and accepting what that choice will cost, being aware of it, would that be like the final, not the final answer, but at least a stable one that works, that doesn't derail me, destabilize me beyond beyond comfort or beyond insanity. And maybe this assumption is also extending it too far, but saying that everybody chooses how to relate to reality. Some will choose illusions that work better than others, that are more self-deceptive than others. Cause yeah, I'm like this phrase of like choose your poison, you're still gonna die, or find something you love and let it be killed by it. They sound noble. They sound sometimes even deep, but they're too simplistic. But maybe I mean, they point to or are rooted in some level of truth. And yeah, survival usefulness. That's the thing. Because again, would I prefer comfortable illusions but well-being, or seeing truth, or the pursuit of seeing through everything, but but turning into a nihilistic carbon-based conscious being that doesn't want to create more symphonies, doesn't want to love, because what's the point? Doesn't want to be curious, doesn't want to explore, because what's the point? That doesn't work either. I feel more destabilized right now, not in a dramatic panic or anxiety inducing way, but a little calm in this uncertainty, which is it sounds kind of contradictory. But I think keeping in mind that I cannot, there's no such thing as full awareness. You can't, I can't. And avoidance of responsibility of its my own life, that's also not doable. Like yeah, regulated exposure, that's the thing. Optimal functioning. And maybe just accept the fact that there's no soft landing, there's no ultimate theory of everything, there's no ultimate final philosophical argument about existence, about reality, about the human condition. There are deep spheres, deep aspects of reality, of the human kind. And one can go deep in any direction, but there's also this part that I should keep in mind, I guess, of knowing the importance of knowing when to stop. When is it enough? For both comforting illusions and also the pursuit of truth at all costs. That's not doable. But a regulated, stable, functional strategy, right? right.
You're stabilizing, which is nice to watch. Not in a you-solved existence way, more like you stopped trying to drink the ocean in one go. But you're still flirting with two habits that will quietly wreck you if left unchecked. One, flattening everything into sameness. Two, trying to arrive at a final stance that never needs revision. Let's tighten what you've got.
Yeah.
Nasha 1, your "I'll optimize for well-being" answer. Sounds clean, hides a problem. You said, open quote, "Well-being seems like the most logical thing," close quote. Sure, everyone eventually drifts there after a few philosophical bruises. But here's the catch, open quote, "Well-being is not a stable target," close quote. What produces it changes depending on your age, your context, your mental state, what you've been avoiding. Sometimes truth increases well-being. Sometimes truth destabilizes it.
Oh
Sometimes
my God.
illusion helps. Sometimes illusion rots you slowly. So if you say, open quote, "I optimize for well-being," close quote, you still need. Open quote, "Criteria for what kind of well-being and over what time horizon," close quote. Otherwise you'll unconsciously default to comfort, avoidance, short-term relief, and call it well-being to feel principled. Number 2, you're right about regulated exposure, but you're underestimating it. You treated it like, open quote, "a practical compromise," close quote. It's more than that. It's basically, open quote, "how a sane mind interacts with overwhelming truths," close quote. Think of it like this.
Okay.
Too little exposure, naive, fragile.
Yeah.
Too much exposure, paralyzed, detached. Oscillation, adaptive. That oscillation you described, open quote, "calm plus uncertainty," close quote. That's not contradiction. That's, open quote, "your system finding a workable bandwidth," close quote. Mess with that too much in either direction and things start breaking. Number 3, your instinct about knowing when to stop. This is a skill, not a rule. You said, open quote, "knowing when it's enough," close quote. There's no clean threshold. Because sometimes stopping early equals avoidance. Sometimes continuing equals self-destruction.
Yes.
So instead of asking, open quote, "is this enough?" close quote, a better internal signal is, open quote, "is this line of thinking still producing clarity or just more noise?" Close quote, when it becomes circular, abstract, without grounding, emotionally flattening, you're no longer exploring. You're, open quote, ruminating with better vocabulary, close quote.
Yeah.
Now 4,
Yeah.
your everyone chooses how to relate to reality. Almost right. You said, open quote, "everybody chooses their illusions," close quote. Not quite. More accurate. Open quote, "people inherit default ways of relating to reality and occasionally revise them." Close quote. Most people are not choosing their beliefs, their frameworks, their coping strategies.
That's
They're,
true.
open quote, "running them," close quote. You're in the minority trying to intervene in that process, which is good, but also where overcorrection happens.
Yeah.
Half 5.
Yeah, I've done that.
The thing you're finally accepting and resisting. You said, open quote, "there's no ultimate theory, no final answer," close quote. Correct. But notice what your brain is still trying to do. Open quote, "turn that into a final answer," close quote. A neat meta-conclusion, open quote, "the answer is that there is no answer," close quote. It
And
feels
still
stable.
went-
It feels wise.
Wow.
It's still a structure. You don't escape structure. You just move to a more flexible one. Number 6, the real shift happening in you, whether you like it or not. Earlier you were trying to, open quote, "figure out what's true about reality," close quote. Now you're starting to ask, open quote, "how should I relate to reality given my limitations?" Close quote. That's a different game. less heroic, more useful. So what actually works, not philosophically, but functionally? You're circling something that can be stated more cleanly. Open quote. Don't collapse everything into one lens. Switch lenses depending on the situation. Close quote. Examples. When working, don't think about cosmic insignificance. When reflecting, allow deeper questions. When connecting, drop abstraction entirely. That's not hypocrisy. That's, open quote, context-sensitive cognition. Close quote. Or in simpler terms, open quote, stop trying to use a microscope to eat dinner. Close quote. Final push. You asked for it. You said, open quote, I feel calm in uncertainty. Close quote. Good. Now, here's where I push. Open quote, are you calm because you've accepted limits, or because you've temporarily constructed a more comfortable framework? Close quote. Those are not the same. One is stable, flexible, revisable. The other is just a more sophisticated resting point. You won't know which one it is yet. Time will test it. When things go wrong, when emotions spike, when your identity gets threatened. That's when your framework reveals whether it's, open quote, a tool or a hiding place. Close quote. The most grounded version of everything you've said. Strip it down. You can't know everything. You can't eliminate illusion. You can't live in constant awareness of death. You can't avoid choosing how to live. So, open quote, build a way of living that lets you function, feel, and think without collapsing under any of them. Close quote. Not perfect, not final, just workable, which is deeply unsatisfying if you wanted a grand answer.
Yeah.
And exactly what actually holds up over time.
Wow. I guess, what is it? A unified, stable answer was like the stabilizer. A feeling of comfort. Feels like some sensation of comfort amongst the uncertainty and mystery, the uncontrollable things. Wow, ¿por qué no se ve? I'm dropping it. That's it. I'm actually done with this. Valve 18.
You're stabilizing, which is nice to watch. Not in a you-solved existence way, more like you stopped trying to drink the ocean in one go. But you're still flirting with two habits that will quietly wreck you if left unchecked. One, flattening everything into sameness. Two, trying to arrive at a final stance that never needs revision. Let's tighten what you've got. Nashab 1, your "I'll optimize for well-being" answer sounds clean, hides a problem. You said, open quote, "Well-being seems like the most logical thing," close quote. Sure, everyone eventually drifts there after a few philosophical bruises. But here's the catch, open quote, "Well-being is not a stable target," close quote. What produces it changes depending on your age, your context, your mental state, what you've been avoiding. Sometimes truth increases well-being. Sometimes truth destabilizes it. Sometimes illusion helps. Sometimes illusion rots you slowly. So if you say, open quote, "I optimize for well-being," close quote, you still need. Open quote, "Criteria for what kind of well-being and over what time horizon," close quote. Otherwise you'll unconsciously default to comfort, avoidance, short-term relief, and call it well-being to feel principled. Number 2, you're right about regulated exposure, but you're underestimating it. You treated it like, open quote, "a practical compromise," close quote. It's more than that. It's basically, open quote, "how a sane mind interacts with overwhelming truths," close quote. Think of it like this. Too little exposure, naive, fragile. Too much exposure, paralyzed, detached. Oscillation, adaptive. That oscillation you described, open quote, "calm plus uncertainty," close quote. That's not contradiction. That's, open quote, "your system finding a workable bandwidth," close quote. Mess with that too much in either direction and things start breaking. Number 3, your instinct about knowing when to stop. This is a skill, not a rule. You said, open quote, "knowing when it's enough," close quote. There's no clean threshold. Because sometimes stopping early equals avoidance. Sometimes continuing equals self-destruction. So instead of asking, open quote, "is this enough?" close quote, a better internal signal is, open quote, "is this line of thinking still producing clarity or just more noise?" Close quote, when it becomes circular, abstract, without grounding, emotionally flattening, you're no longer exploring. You're, open quote, ruminating with better vocabulary, close quote. Now 4, your "everyone chooses how to relate to reality." Almost right. You said, open quote, "everybody chooses their illusions," close quote. Not quite. More accurate. Open quote, "people inherit default ways of relating to reality and occasionally revise them." Close quote. Most people are not choosing their beliefs, their frameworks, their coping strategies. They're, open quote, running them, close quote. You're in the minority trying to intervene in that process, which is good, but also where overcorrection happens. Half 5. The thing you're finally accepting and resisting. You said, open quote, "there's no ultimate theory, no final answer," close quote. Correct. But notice what your brain is still trying to do. Open quote, "turn that into a final answer," close quote. A neat meta-conclusion, open quote, "the answer is that there is no answer," close quote. It feels stable. It feels wise. It's still a structure. You don't escape structure. You just move to a more flexible one. Number 6, the real shift happening in you, whether you like it or not. Earlier you were trying to, open quote, "figure out what's true about reality," close quote. Now you're starting to ask, open quote, "how should I relate to reality given my limitations?" Close quote. That's a different game. Less heroic. More useful. So what actually works, not philosophically, but functionally? You're circling something that can be stated more cleanly. Open quote. Don't collapse everything into one lens. Switch lenses depending on the situation. Close quote. Examples. When working, don't think about cosmic insignificance. When reflecting, allow deeper questions. When connecting, drop abstraction entirely. That's not hypocrisy. That's, open quote, context-sensitive cognition. Close quote. Or in simpler terms, open quote, "stop trying to use a microscope to eat dinner," close quote. Final push. You asked for it. You said, open quote, "I feel calm in uncertainty," close quote. Good. Now, here's where I push. Open quote, "are you calm because you've accepted limits or because you've temporarily constructed a more comfortable framework?" Close quote. Those are not the same. One is stable, flexible, revisable. The other is just a more sophisticated resting point. You won't know which one it is yet. Time will test it. When things go wrong, when emotions spike, when your identity gets threatened. That's when your framework reveals whether it's, open quote, a tool or a hiding place, close quote. The most grounded version of everything you've said. Strip it down. You can't know everything. You can't eliminate illusion. You can't live in constant awareness of death. You can't avoid choosing how to live. So, open quote, build a way of living that lets you function, feel, and think, without collapsing under any of them. Close quote. Not perfect, not final, just workable, which is deeply unsatisfying if you wanted a grand answer, and exactly what actually holds up over time.
It will reveal if it's a tool or just a hiding place. That... Yeah, let me sit with that. Let me allow that to exist. Existence. Grave matters, the role of death in life. PhD. Huh.
It's not the funniest person that makes it in the business. It's not. I knew so many people at the open mic stage growing up where I was just like, oh, this person is a star. They're just the best jokes. They have the looks. They have everything. But the difference between them and me is that the guy that makes it is the person that can perform under immense amounts of pressure. There are just some people that are, really good, and then when the Tonight Show comes out to go see them, they just can't do it. They're not themselves. They crumble under the weight of it, And the one thing that I'm pretty 90% of the time, I've always hit the ball. I'm not the most talented. I just can just do it, in terrible situations,
Yeah, so I think that's actually what's so scary, right? Because you can't control who shows up. I would almost say, when the work of doing the comedy is so you kind of tap into that. And you read the room, and then you're not thinking about living up to expectations. You're reading the room, and you're with the room, you're in the...
Let me just Did I press
Do
play?
you remember
there you go.
the moment when you really understood what death was and then realized that it was going to happen to you? I do. I remember that exact moment, and it was when I was 5 years old. Yet, to this day, whenever I recall that moment, I feel shudders of the terror all over again. Well, apparently, thank goodness, this is a very common phenomenon amongst us frail humans. And tonight's program is intended to help us understand it and the consequences. In 1973, in his Pulitzer Prize-winning book, The Denial of Death, Ernest Becker argued that the awareness of our mortality creates a profound but subconscious anxiety in humans, and that in an effort to quell that anxiety, we spend most of our lives trying to explain, forestall, or avoid the inevitability of our own death. In the mid-1980s, 3 social psychologists and best friends took the ideas further, formulating what they call terror management theory, or TMT. Sheldon Solomon, our special guest tonight, was one of those 3 psychologists. Sheldon and his colleagues have spent the last 30 years doing experiments to quantify just how much the fear of death actually impacts our actions. So here to introduce us to TMT and lead us to the worm at the core is Dr. Sheldon Solomon. Please join me in giving him a warm welcome.
Thank you so much. I can't see you all, which is probably for the better. Folks in the back, they're in coach. Everybody here okay? All right, thank you. It's really great to be here. I sort of wish I could see you, but this will work fine. This is a tremendous venue, and I'm honored to have the opportunity to tell you a little bit about the work that I do that we described in a book that we wrote recently called The Worm at the Core, on the role of death in life. And in that book, we kind of ruminate about the fact that throughout human history, in fact, all the way back to day one, theologians, philosophers, just like people sitting on a rock in the middle of nowhere, have been trying to characterize the essence of what it means to be a human being. And there's been a lot of designations, and I'm sure you're familiar with at least one of them. Who's heard of the people being referred to as Homo sapiens? Again, I can't see you, but I'm going to assume that most of you are familiar with that notion. It comes from the ancient Greeks, this idea that we're fundamentally rational animals, even to the point of being on occasion wise animals. And we don't have time to debate the merits of that designation of the human animal. I simply mention that to point out that that's one way that people have been characterized over the centuries. Another designation of human beings is Homo ludens. In the early 20th century, an anthropologist said, oh, we're fundamentally playful creatures. A couple of decades after that, there was another Homo faber, this idea that we're tool-making, manufacturing creatures. A couple of decades after that, Homo aestheticus, the idea that we're aesthetic creatures, that we're concerned with surrounding ourselves with beauty. Recently, there's been another Homo tossed onto the table, Homo narratization. Somebody has described us as storytelling creatures. And I think those are all pretty good. I think they are useful heuristic devices that draw our attention to different aspects of our humanity that are certainly worthy of our collective cogitation. But what we do in our book is to propose yet another designation. We call it Homo mortalis. And we thought about that after I ran into a short story by a Scottish writer, Alexander Smith, in the 1850s. And he had a little sentence that I found quite arresting. He said, "It is the knowledge that we have to die that makes us human." And I thought that pretty much captures what it is that I would like to talk about tonight. A couple of decades later, William James conveyed the same idea in biblical terms when he said that death is the worm at the core of the human experience. And of course, James is referring here to the story of Adam and Eve, and back in the day in the Garden of Eden, when Eve chomps on the apple from the tree of knowledge, and that renders us aware of our mortality, and things have declined pretty precipitously thereafter. And then, as Lisa mentioned, 1973, the cultural anthropologist Ernest Becker wins a Pulitzer Prize for his book, The Denial of Death, in which he takes that basic idea that it is our knowledge that we have to die that makes us human, and he elaborates upon it from an evolutionary, existential, psychodynamic perspective. And that's what I'd like to tell you about this evening, as well as the research that we've done that we think provides a substantial body of evidence that corroborates his basic claims. And so, with that in mind, let's just start from an evolutionary perspective. And I really do wish that I could see you to get a couple of head shakes, but I'm going to assume that you've all heard of Charles Darwin, a couple of head shakes even in the front. And I'm also going to assume that you're okay with the relatively non-controversial Darwinian assumption that human beings share with all forms of life a basic biological predisposition towards survival in the service of self-preservation as well as reproduction. To put it another way, more simply, living things like to stay alive. And for the scholarly types out there, that's from the second chapter of The Origin of the Species that Darwin titled The Struggle for Survival. But Darwin turned right around and he said, yes, like all living things, human beings want to stay alive, but we're uniquely different, Darwin observed, by virtue of our rather large forebrain that gives us the capacity to think abstractly and symbolically to the point where humans, and only humans as far as we can tell, have the sublime ability to imagine things that do not yet exist, and then the audacity to take our dreams and to render them real. Question, because I'm doing too much work already. Who was doodling pictures of helicopters in his notebooks in the 1500s? Jump in, anybody.
Da Vinci.
Good, Da Vinci actually. Michelangelo had some good doodlings though, also. And what do people say when they saw drawings of helicopters in the 1500s?
That's
Good,
not
you're
possible.
crazy. And yet, isn't it amazing that today we are routinely transported by what was originally denounced as the doodlings of a madman? I like how one of Freud's disciples, Otto Rank, put it when he said, only human beings make the unreal real. And I hope we can all agree that this is a pretty good explanation of why people have been so prolific and successful as a form of life. All right, let's hold that idea and let's go back in time a couple of decades. Darwin is 1860s, más o menos a couple of years. Let's go back to the 1840s and think a little bit about the Danish existential philosopher Søren Kierkegaard. Again, if I could see you, I'd ask who's ever heard of Kierkegaard, and if anyone has ever tried to read him. He's very, very difficult, even in translation. But Kierkegaard in the 1840s, and this is before psychology even existed, he made some strikingly profound observations about people. And what he said is, we are so smart that we actually come to realize that we exist. In psychology today, they call that consciousness or self-awareness. And if I could see you, I would ask you another question, and it's not a trick one, and that's who's aware of the fact that you're sitting here now listening to me or pretending to do so? And I would hope that I could get a pretty decent response rate. At Skidmore, 50%, and I'm having a good day. And I know there's some of my former pilgrims out there, so you know what I'm talking about. But for the most part, most of us can readily admit that we're not only here, but we know that we're here. And Kierkegaard even takes that further. You ever wake up in the morning and you're walking to work and you're like, here I am walking to work, thinking about walking to work. Anybody ever have that kind of experience? How about this? Here I am walking to work, thinking that I'm walking to work while I think about that I'm walking to work. And Kierkegaard's point, and here is the point, is that it takes a ridiculously sophisticated cognitive apparatus to, in his turgid language, render yourself the object of your own subjective inquiry. And the point that Kierkegaard made is that humans are the only ones who could do that. A rose bush exists, but doesn't necessarily know it. An armadillo exists, but doesn't know that it exists. Not going to argue with you about whether or not your dog knows that it exists. All I need you to do is to admit that you're here and you know it. And if you'll grant me those two theoretical assertions, living things like to stay alive, and people are so smart that we know that we're here, all right, then we can keep going. And what Kierkegaard did in a very tiny little volume, it's called Fear and Trembling, and I always recommend that my friends buy it for their in-laws' coffee table. It's really a good conversation maker. All right, so Kierkegaard says, well, if you're smart enough to know that you're here, you will necessarily experience two uniquely human emotions that Kierkegaard called awe and dread, respectively. And I like those words because we know what they mean. Awe is awesome. And the point that Kierkegaard made, and I want to dwell on this for at least 30 seconds before things take a decidedly negative turn, but the point that Kierkegaard made is that it is remarkably uplifting to be alive and to know that we're alive. And that some of our very finest moments are the result of the spontaneous exuberance that we experience just from the fact that we're here. Who's ever had one of those magical days? You ever wake up one day and nothing really happened? You didn't win a Nobel Prize. You didn't win Powerball. The Patriots didn't win the Super Bowl. You just wake up and you're like, yeah, life is great. Who's ever read James Joyce's Ulysses or pretended to have done so? Any literary people? Last sentence of Ulysses, 50 pages, the longest sentence in the history of literature. No capital letters, no punctuation. That didn't work for me in English class, but I think he won a Nobel Prize from that. But the sentence starts and it ends with the same word. Yes, it is great to be alive. Remember that, because Kierkegaard then turns right around and he says, yeah, but it's dreadful, because if you are smart enough to know that you're here, you're also smart enough to know that, like all living things, your life is of finite duration. And I hope I'm not the first one to bring up this fact to you. Like all living things, you too will someday die. And Kierkegaard's point is that this is not a welcome realization. A lot of us keep lists of things to do: walk the dog, pay the cell phone bill, put gas in the car, die. No, most of us don't have that on our to-do list, because it would be something that we would readily put off, often in perpetuity, if we can get away with it. But Kierkegaard also pointed out that it's not only the fact that you will someday die and that I will someday die that is psychologically discombobulating. The discomfort associated with the awareness of death is magnified by the coincident recognition that not only will we die, but we can die at any moment for reasons that we could never anticipate or control. And then, just to kind of knee us in the psychological groin, what Becker does is to add a Freudian idea, which is that we're animals, and we really don't like to admit of that fact. Who's seen the Elephant Man film? Again, I can't see you. Has anybody seen that film? One of the great films. Remember when the Elephant Man says, "I am not an animal"? Who remembers that? It's like a great line in the film. And I'm like sitting there, I'm like, I am with you, Mr. Pachyderm. However, you're wrong. You are an animal, and I'm an animal, and all of you, like it or not, are breathing pieces of defecating meat that, from a purely biological perspective, are no more significant or enduring than lizards or potatoes. And the point that Becker makes is that if that was the only thing that we thought about, I'm gonna die someday. I could walk outside and get hit by a comet. I'm a breathing piece of meat. I'm a cold cut with an attitude. I got some better ones. I'm spam with a plan, but I've got no can. Stop me. I grew up in New Jersey. I'm a talking sausage. I'm a pate with panache. You get the point. If that's all that we thought about, we wouldn't be able to get up in the morning. We would literally be twitching blobs of biological protoplasm, cowering under our chairs, groping for rather large sedatives. And the point that Becker makes is that in order to somehow minimize the potentially paralyzing terror that is engendered by the uniquely human awareness of death, which was an unintended consequence of our vast intelligence, human beings rather ingeniously, although most likely quite unconsciously, developed what the anthropologists call culture. They used the same symbolic and abstract cognitive capabilities that created this problem in the first place to try to extricate ourselves from it. And what Becker says is that culture consists of humanly constructed beliefs about the nature of reality that we share with our fellow human beings in order to reduce death anxiety by giving us each a sense that we are valuable individuals in a meaningful universe. And in another book of Becker's that I like a lot, called The Birth and Death of Meaning, Becker introduces two terms that I like because they're rather straightforward. He calls them meaning and value. And so he says, well, in order to just get up and function every day, we need to think that life is meaningful. And the way that culture allows us to do that is by, first of all, giving us each an explanation of the origin of the universe. All cultures, as far as we know, tell us where we come from. All cultures, as far as we know, give us some prescriptions for how we're supposed to behave while we're here. All cultures, as far as we know, give us some hope of immortality, either literally through the heavens, the afterlives, the souls, the reincarnations of all of the world's great religions, or symbolically, as the Greek philosophers Aristotle, Plato, Socrates noted, well, we may know that we're not going to be here forever, but we're comforted nevertheless by the prospect that some vestige of our existence will persist over time, perhaps by having children, perhaps by amassing great fortunes and writing our name all over buildings and airplanes, perhaps by producing great works of art and great works of science. But the point that he makes is that we need to believe that life is meaningful. And even if you're not a psychologist, if you wake up one day and you're not so sure that life is meaningful, what psychological condition almost invariably results? The most common. Good, depression, very nice. And so depression is when we become disillusioned. We have a hard time finding that life is meaningful. And when we become disillusioned, that renders us demoralized. We no longer have a confident blueprint that enables us to get up and act on a day-to-day basis. All right, so meaning is absolutely necessary but not sufficient for psychological equanimity, because in addition to that, we need to feel like each of us as individuals is a valuable contributor to the meaningful cosmological drama to which we subscribe. All right, be honest with me, who when you were a little kid ever thought of doing something great? Anybody ever dream of winning an Olympic gold medal? Anybody ever dream of winning a Nobel Prize? Anybody ever, like me, dream of winning a gold medal and a Nobel Prize and managing a hedge fund at the same time? Well, the point that Becker makes is that that's not pathological narcissism. That is just the normal yearning of a self-conscious individual to want to believe that we're here for a particular purpose. And culture helps us feel valuable by providing us with social roles with associated standards of conduct that if we meet or exceed them, it gives us the sense that we're persons of value in a world of meaning. So if you are a hedge fund manager, well, your job is to make money. If you're a nurse, your job is to save lives. If you're the goalie on the Bruins, your job is to keep the puck from getting into the net, and so on and so forth. Well, those are basically Ernest Becker's ideas. Human beings are so smart that we realize that we exist. That makes us aware of death, tragedy, and our animal nature. That creates potentially overwhelming existential terror that we manage by embedding ourselves in a culturally constructed belief system that gives us a sense that we're persons of value in a world of meaning. Head shakes if I'm making sense so far. Is that okay? All right, time out. Hang on.
Time out.
Vodka, very good. Okay, so 2 questions. One question is, well, so what? And the other question is any of this true? And I think these are important questions. And so some of you may be sitting here saying, well, all right, you know, I get it. This sounds okay. But so what? And in my world, I'm an experimental social psychologist by trade. And when we ask the so what question, what we really mean is what kind of conceptual or explanatory power do we get from this particular set of ideas? To put that another way, it's like, well, what can we understand if we accept these ideas that would be difficult or impossible to understand otherwise? So that's the kind of so what question. And then there's the question of, well, how do we know if any of this is true? Now, Ernest Becker won a Pulitzer Prize for his book, The Denial of Death, but he was roundly denounced in academic circles. People just said, you know, this is like poetry. It's just philosophical speculation. It's interesting, but it's really futile because there's just no evidence for this. And moreover, there's no way that you could provide evidence for this. And this is where Tom and Jeff and I come in. We were young punks right out of graduate school. We discovered Becker's ideas. We were all excited about them, and we started traveling all over North America and Europe. and I would give talks like this. I think I was wearing the same shirt in 1983. And I would be at these academic conferences, and all the famous psychologists would be in the audience. And I would be saying the same thing, blah, 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 Kierkegaard. And like 30 people would get up and run out the back. And then I would be like death, and another 50 people would run out the back. I'd be like, Tom and Jeff were like, oh, I don't think they like it. And I was like, no, they love it. They were just running to get an advanced copy of the paper that we've not yet written about these ideas. And so that's what we did. We wrote a paper, we sent it to our flagship journal, The American Psychologist, and 6 months later, we get a rejection, and it was one sentence. So, usually you get like 10 single-spaced Russian novel-length pages. But we got one sentence. The reviewer said, I have no doubt that these ideas are of no interest whatsoever to any psychologist, alive or dead. And so anyway, Jeff and Tom said, I don't think they like it. And I said, no, they fucking love it. They're just being coy. They really... They really like it. No, but evidently they didn't like it, because the same paper was rejected at every journal in the English-speaking world, including Parade Magazine and Better Homes and Gardens. And finally, at a psychology convention, standing next to the president of the American Psychological Association, who's also the editor of the American Psychologist. And I had one too many of those ethanol-infused beverages with the little umbrellas in it. And I was like, dude, you should publish our paper. And he's like, yo, you guys are experimental social psychologists. You should produce some evidence in support of your ideas. And I was like, wow, I never really thought about that. It just never occurred to me. I got a PhD, unscathed by knowledge, a method in search of a question, and now all of a sudden we really had something that could occupy our attention. So that's what Jeff and Tom and I have been doing for almost 35 years. And so what I'd like to do is to address the so what question and the how do we know this is true question at the same time. And the way I'd like to do that is to just talk about some areas of inquiry, just some things about people that I think we can't understand without recourse to these ideas. And then when I do that, I'll also give you a sense of how we've done our studies to determine why I think these ideas are, quote, true. Let's start with what was Tom and Jeff's and my original interest, and that is how come people can't get along with other human beings who don't share their beliefs about the nature of reality. And this bothered us when we were graduate students. Why is it that we can't get along with other people who worship different gods, salute different flags, wear different clothes, sing different songs? And as many of you probably know, this problem is not of recent origin. Even the most benevolent glance at human history reveals an ongoing succession of genocidal atrocities juxtaposed with the brutal subjugation of designated in-house inferiors. And the question is, well, why? And what Ernest Becker does in The Denial of Death and in another book called Escape from Evil is to offer, I think, a very provocative answer. And it goes as follows. He just says, well, okay, if our beliefs about the nature of reality serve to minimize death anxiety, then whenever we encounter people who do not share our beliefs, whether we're aware of it or not, we have a problem. Because if we accept the validity of an alternative conception of reality, we necessarily do so by undermining the confidence with which we subscribe to our own beliefs. And once that happens, we expose ourselves to the very anxiety that our beliefs were erected to diminish in the first place. Again, I would annoy you if I could see you and ask if that made sense. That's as close as we get to technical tonight, and so I'm going to risk putting you in a coma by saying it again. So the point is that if your beliefs about reality reduce death anxiety, and you run into somebody who's different, well, that's a problem. Because if you grant the possibility that they're right, well, then you may be wrong. And once you lose faith in your own beliefs, at least as Becker and as we see it, you're going to experience, even if you're not aware of it, the anxiety that your own death arouses in you. All right, so if I believe that God created the earth in 6 days before taking a well-deserved break, and then I run into somebody in the Borneo of the South Pacific, and I learn that according to their cosmology, the earth was gestated out of a coconut tree, a giant coconut that came out of the side of a palm tree. Well, if they're right, I must be wrong. All right, so what do we do when we run into people who have different beliefs? Well, the first thing that we do is to denigrate or belittle the possessors of those beliefs. All right, God created the earth in 6 days. Those other people believe that the earth was created out of a giant coconut. Yeah, but then again, those poor bastards are living in tents, wearing grass skirts, worshiping piles of sticks and mud. They don't have cell phones or CNN. And of course, if they did, I hope you understand I'm being facetious here, they would surely agree with us. But there's an important point here, and that is that when we denigrate as not quite human people who don't share our beliefs, that diminishes the threat that those beliefs pose to us. Couple of yays, if that makes sense. All right, while we do that, at the same time, we try to convince people who are different to dispose of their ridiculous beliefs and to adopt ours instead. Christian missionaries are very good at that, but they're not the only proselytizers on the planet. If that doesn't work, just kill those bastards, thus proving that your ideas and your God are superior after all. My God is better than your God, and we will kick your ass to prove it. All right, well, if we believe Ernest Becker, then what he argues is that we cannot understand man's inhumanity to man unless we're willing to consider that a good deal of prejudice and hostility towards people who are different comes from our inability to accept people who do not share our death-denying delusions. All right, well, is this true? How do we know if this is true? All right, so what Jeff and Tom and I did was we had an accident. We were sitting around one day bowling, and a thought struck us. It doesn't happen often, but it was a good one. We said, all right, here's what we're going to do. If Becker is right, then what would happen if we got some people and if we reminded some of those people about their own mortality? And then let's get another group of people, and we're not going to remind them of their mortality. We'll remind them of something unpleasant, but not fatal, maybe like failing an exam, or being in a car accident and having a limb amputated, or giving a talk in such a distinguished crowd and getting sick and projectile vomiting on the first row, and thus feeling ostracized and humiliated. All negative things, but not fatal. And so what we thought is that, well, if we remind people of their mortality, that should make them, psychologically speaking, need their culturally constructed beliefs even more, and we should be able to detect that by measuring their attitudes and their behavior to other individuals who either share their beliefs or who are opposed to them or merely different from them. And so we've done literally hundreds of experiments. Sometimes we remind people of their mortality by bringing them into the lab, and we just ask them to scribble down their thoughts and feelings associated with their own death. Sometimes we ask them to fill out a death anxiety scale. Sometimes we show them gory images of like car accidents and autopsies. Sometimes we do the work outside the lab. We stop people and we interview them either in front of a funeral parlor or 100 meters to either side. Sometimes we're really, really subtle. We bring them into the lab and we have them read stuff on a computer But what we don't tell them is while they're reading that stuff, we're flashing the word death so fast, 28 milliseconds, that you can't even see that you have been exposed to it. And my point is that all of the studies that I'm about to talk about, doesn't matter how you remind people of their mortality, it produces the same outcome. All right, so let me tell you about the first study, almost the first study that we did. It was at the University of Arizona, and we had Christian participants that we randomly divided into two groups. We reminded some of them about their mortality, reminded others about something unpleasant, and then we asked them to evaluate other students who were very, very similar, except some of them reported that they came from Christian families and some reported that they came from Jewish families. And what we found was quite striking. In the control condition, and momentarily restoring my faith in humanity, our Christian participants didn't discriminate. They rated the Jewish and the Christian targets equally highly. Right? However, when they were reminded of their mortality first, they liked fellow Christians a lot more, and they hated Jewish people. Right, now, it's important to note that this has nothing to do with Christianity per se. To be silly, the 5 Jewish people in Arizona were busy that day, so we only used Christians. But if you go over to Israel and you have Jewish people and you remind them of their mortality, they like Jewish people more and they hate Christians. If you go to India, and you remind Indians of their mortality, they love Indians and they hate Pakistanis. Not only do these death reminders radically influence our attitudes, they also influence our behaviors. So Germans reminded of their mortality sit closer to fellow Germans, and they sit further away from people who appear to look like Turkish immigrants. We did a study in Iran where we had Iranians, and we reminded them of their mortality. And we asked them if they supported suicide bombing. And we also asked them if they wanted to become a suicide bomber. And what we found was astonishing. Iranians in a control condition, they were not big fans of suicide bombing, and they certainly didn't want to become a suicide bomber. But after they were reminded of their mortality, they were very supportive of suicide bombing, and quite willing to consider becoming one. I don't know about you, but I find that discombobulating. At the same time that we did that study, we did another one in the United States. Americans are very pragmatic. We're not about to blow ourselves up, but as you know, we're very happy to blow up other people. And we reminded Americans of their mortality. And what we found is that after being reminded of death, Americans were more supportive of the preemptive use of nuclear, biological, and chemical weapons against countries who pose no direct threat to us. And I like George Bernard Shaw. I don't know if any of you know his plays. And he's one of my favorite playwrights. And I think it's in Heartbreak House where he says, when the angel of death sounds his trumpet, the pretenses of civilization are blown from men's heads into the mud like hats in a gust of wind. And I think that really sums up this line of inquiry. All right, let's set this aside and let's move on to another area of interest to us. And this has to do with the effects that existential fears have on political preferences. Who's ever heard of the German sociologist Max Weber? Is anybody back? And my point is Weber, an excellent non-pharmacological intervention for insomnia, but also a profoundly important thinker who at the beginning of the 20th century introduced the term charismatic leader. I know you've all heard that term, but what Weber said is that in times of historical upheaval, people often become attracted to a certain kind of leader, a kind of superficially larger than life, almost heroic individual who is often believed to be divinely ordained to rid the world of evil. And a lot of people have used Weber's analysis of charismatic leadership to understand Hitler's rise in Germany. Because remember, Hitler was elected in the 1930s, and we got interested in this, unfortunately, in the aftermath of the events of September 11th, 2001. Depending on your age, who remembers what you were doing that day? And who also remembers that the president at the time was George W. Bush? And on September 10th, 2001, President Bush had one of the lowest approval ratings in the history of presidential polling. I hope you'll remember that, those of you that were around. 3 weeks later, he had one of the highest approval ratings. Who remembers that? Again, just a couple of head shakes. And this was true for Democrats as well as Republicans. And we wondered about that. Why? What happened to President Bush? Was there a magical metamorphosis from a functionally illiterate oil industry neocon meat puppet to a competent and efficient public servant? Maybe. Or, silliness aside, or could the events of September 11th have posed an existential threat to the American public to the extent that, quite unconsciously, we became attracted to the president who 2 days after September 11th said, we will rid the world of the evildoers. And in a cover story of Time magazine in October of 2001, he said that he believed that God had chosen him to lead the country at this perilous time. So we did a bunch of experiments in 2003 and 2004 all over the United States where we would remind some people of death and some people of something unpleasant. And then we asked them, well, do you support President Bush and his policies in Iraq? And in every one of the studies, we found that Americans were not particularly enthusiastic about the president or his policies in Iraq, except if they were reminded of death first. And that substantially increased their enthusiasm for the president and his policies. And in one particularly striking experiment that we did 5 weeks before the 2004 election, at Rutgers University with Americans who were registered to vote and who intended to vote. We reminded them, randomly divided them into 2 groups. One group thought about death, the other group thought of something unpleasant. And then we just asked them, who are you going to vote for in the election? Not a public proclamation, private ballot, stuff it in the box. And what we found was astonishing. In the control condition, people said that they intended to vote for Senator John Kerry by a 4-to-1 margin. But when reminded of their mortality first, they said they intended to vote for President Bush by a 3-to-1 margin. Now, I wish we had the lights on so I could ask you if you understand how profoundly disconcerting those findings are. And these findings should concern any of us, regardless of our political predilections, because they have ominous implications for democracy, which ideally tells us that elections should be decided by rational deliberations of people that have at least a bit of information about relevant issues. And of course, 2001 is done, but 2016 not done. And here we are in the wake of a presidential election with very similar historical conditions. We haven't had another 9/11, but we had the Paris attacks, we had the San Bernardino shootings, we have Donald Trump saying that he will make America great again by building a giant wall and keeping all the immigrants out. And 2 months ago, we did our first study where we showed the same thing, that Americans reminded of their mortality reported that they supported Donald Trump more and were more willing to consider voting for him. And I'll say no more about that, except vote early and often in the coming election. All right, let's move to another area, and let's talk about how our concerns about death alienate us from the nature and contribute to the degradation of the physical environment. Anyone suffer through, even though it's one of the greatest documents ever, the John Locke's second treatise on government, where Locke says, he says, you know what? Anything that is in nature and that's alive is of finite duration. And what Ernest Becker says is, yeah, And that's why nature really makes us uncomfortable. And that's the psychological impetus for the creation and the formation of supernature. If we were happy with the world as it is, we wouldn't have to create a supernatural dimension that enables us to transcend the boundaries of time and space.
Yeah.
And because of that,
So this makes me think about why we needed to create gods and supernatural mythical stories, archetypes. And when I think about this, it's like, yeah, of course, at the time we didn't have quantum mechanics, we didn't have science. Because I was almost jumping into that conclusion of like, if you really like, why is there a need to create supernatural stuff? Reality is so fucking weird as it is. Like, I don't need to believe or to create fictional stories when reality is pretty fucking deep as it is, you know? And yeah. Greater vertical. How do I can I jump in here? Oh. Okay, that's it, because I can't. I'm gonna have to move it, but with a crane, huh? Oh wait, what? Can I push it? Yes, I can, Brev. Alright.
What we have found in our studies is that when people are reminded of their mortality, they become incredibly hostile to the fact that humans are animals. So when we remind people of death, they deny that human beings are animals. When we remind people of death, they have more negative attitudes towards animals, and they say it's okay to kill them for reasons other than food and medical research. Right? When we remind people of death, they become very uncomfortable with their own bodies. And they don't like things that would normally be extraordinarily pleasurable, even sexual activity. And when we remind people of death, they become very uncomfortable with natural surroundings. A team of Dutch psychologists did a great study where they showed Dutch people who had been reminded of death or not pictures of either a forest or like a neighborhood with lawns and bushes. And under controlled conditions, people liked the forest more than the neighborhoods. But when they were first reminded of their mortality, they didn't like the forests, and now they like the burbs with the symmetrical bushes. Finally, when people are reminded of their mortality in simulated games that have to do with the management of natural resources. So in one study, people are told, well, pretend that you're the owner of a forest, and you have to decide how many trees you're going to chop down. But if you chop down too many trees, well, then the forest isn't going to grow back. Well, the good news is under controlled conditions, people will temper their behavior in the service of maintaining the non-renewable natural resource, or at least not renewable in a timely fashion. However, when first reminded of their mortality, they just cut the crap out of the forests, suggesting that part of our cavalier disregard for the natural environment has to do with death denial. And of course, we can't talk about the degradation of the natural environment without also thinking about that human beings, particularly in Western society, are overwhelmingly, one might claim, preoccupied with the insatiable desire for money and stuff. I haven't been in Boston for a while, but do we still have shopping malls here? Anybody go shopping yet? More people shop the day after Thanksgiving in the United States than who vote in presidential elections. Tennessee Williams, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. Anyone know that play? Do you remember Big Daddy, who says the human animal is a beast who dies, and if he's got money, he buys and he buys and he buys. And I think the reason he buys everything that he can buy is that in the back of his mind, he has the crazy hope that one of his purchases will be life everlasting. Well, sure enough, we and other researchers have done studies. When we remind people of death and we ask them, well, how much money would you like to have? People say that they want to have more money. And when we remind people of their mortality and we show them advertisements for fancy luxury items like a Lexus or a Rolex, people say, oh, I need that. I want that. In one great study done by Polish researchers, they brought people in and they reminded them of their mortality. And then they just asked them to draw pictures of coins and Polish paper money. And what they found is after people were reminded of death, they were asked to draw accurate representations, but they drew bigger coins and they drew larger money, suggesting that money looms larger on our minds when existential concerns are aroused. Finally, they did one more study. They gave some people a pile of money and they said, hey, just count this money. And then they gave other people a pile of paper, same size as money, and they said, hey, just count these pieces of paper. All right, then they said, give me back the money, give me back the paper, and they measured death anxiety. And people who just got to count money reported having less death anxiety. I think that's a very profound indication that money has a lot more to do with than the rational exchange of goods and services. Let's talk about one more area that I think is illuminated by considering these existential ideas. And that's the fact that America is currently a petri dish of psychopathology. Who's aware of the fact that according to the National Institute of Mental Health, about 12% of the American population is currently depressed, and about a third of the American population will be depressed at some point in their lives. This is 10 times higher than after World War II. Another third of the American population is addicted to drugs and alcohol. The final third is, as I speak, watching Survivor to see who could drink the most yak urine, or they're in their SUV on their way to Walmart to see if they can save a dime on a chainsaw or a lemon. And silliness aside, the point here is that when for the John Locke's second treatise on government, where Locke says, he says, you know what? Anything that is in nature and that's alive is of finite duration. And what Ernest Becker says is, yeah, and that's why nature
The machine yard used to receive direct power from hot springs. Hot springs? Oh, like this one. But then what happened? Unfortunately, the power lines connecting them were damaged during the recent earthquake. Getting them back up will take too long. We need to find another way. Free some space around the main power station and lay the cable to the backup. Okay. Lay some cable. I think I'm gonna have to get a lot of help from elsewhere, because how the fuck am I gonna go through? I mean, it's gonna drown on this water, isn't it? Isn't it? Anyway, where the heck is the harbor base? Oh, that's not a garage, is it? Isn't it? So, oh, look at that. Chinga, que no ya había... no, yeah, that's the last one. Okay, good. That's good. And now, I think... What is this? It's just... Steel beams, facility, archaeologists, camp, base. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, run over. So this one... 2.2, 2.3, huh? 2.5. A beautiful boy. Anti-Earth boy. Come on, come on. Did it arrive there already? Cena? What the f... Oh, wait. Oh, there we go, yeah. Good. Fucking good. Fucking good. Clear route. Alright, bruv.
really makes us uncomfortable. And that's the psychological impetus for the creation and the formation of supernature. If we were happy with the world as it is, we wouldn't have to create a supernatural dimension that enables us to transcend the boundaries of time and space. And because of that, what we have found in our studies is that when people are reminded of their mortality, they become incredibly hostile to the fact that humans are animals. So when we remind people of death, they deny that human beings are animals. When we remind people of death, they have more negative attitudes towards animals, and they say it's okay to kill them for reasons other than food and medical research. Right? When we remind people of death, they become very uncomfortable with their own bodies. And they don't like things that would normally be extraordinarily pleasurable, even sexual activity. And when we remind people of death, they become very uncomfortable with natural surroundings. A team of Dutch psychologists did a great study where they showed Dutch people who had been reminded of death or not pictures of either a forest or like a neighborhood with lawns and bushes. And under controlled conditions, people liked the forest more than the neighborhoods. But when they were first reminded of their mortality, they didn't like the forests, and now they like the burbs with the symmetrical bushes All right, finally, when people are reminded of their mortality in simulated games that have to do with the management of natural resources. So in one study, people are told, well, pretend that you're the owner of a forest and you have to decide how many trees you're going to chop down. But if you chop down too many trees, well, then the forest isn't going to grow back. Well, the good news is under controlled conditions, people will temper their behavior in the service of maintaining the non-renewable natural resource, or at least not renewable in a timely fashion. However, when first reminded of their mortality, they just cut the crap out of the forests, suggesting that part of our cavalier disregard for the natural environment has to do with death denial. And of course, we can't talk about the degradation of the natural environment without also thinking about that human beings, particularly in Western society, are overwhelmingly, one might claim, preoccupied with the insatiable desire for money and stuff. I haven't been in Boston for a while, but do we still have shopping malls here? Anybody go shopping yet? More people shop the day after Thanksgiving in the United States than who vote in presidential elections. Tennessee Williams, Cat on a Hot Tin Roof. Anyone know that play? Do you remember Big Daddy, who says the human animal is a beast who dies, and if he's got money, he buys and he buys and he buys. And I think the reason he buys everything that he can buy is that in the back of his mind, he has the crazy hope that one of his purchases will be life everlasting. Well, sure enough, we and other researchers have done studies. When we remind people of death and we ask them, well, how much money would you like to have? People say that they want to have more money. And when we remind people of their mortality and we show them advertisements for fancy luxury items like a Lexus or a Rolex, people say, oh, I need that. I want that.
Come on.
In one great study done by Polish researchers, they brought people in and they reminded them of their mortality, and then they just asked them to draw pictures of coins and Polish paper money. And what they found is after people were reminded of death, they were asked to draw accurate representations, but they drew bigger coins and they drew larger money, suggesting that money looms larger on our minds when existential concerns are aroused. Finally, they did one more study. They gave some people a pile of money and they said, hey, just count this money. And then they gave other people a pile of paper, same size as money, and they said, hey, just count these pieces of paper. All right, then they said, give me back the money, give me back the paper, and they measured death anxiety. And people who just got to count money reported having less death anxiety. I think that's a very profound indication that money has a lot more to do with than the rational exchange of goods and services. Let's talk about one more area that I think is illuminated by considering these existential ideas. And that's the fact that America is currently a petri dish of psychopathology. Who's aware of the fact that according to the National Institute of Mental Health, about 12% of the American population is currently depressed, and about a third of the American population will be depressed at some point in their lives. This is 10 times higher than after World War II. Another third of the American population is addicted to drugs and alcohol. The final third is, as I speak, watching Survivor to see who could drink the most yak urine, or they're in their SUV on their way to Walmart to see if they can save a dime on a chainsaw or a lemon. And silliness aside, the point here is that whenever there's wholesale dissatisfaction, dis-ease, in any culture, what Ernest Becker said, what Martin Seligman said, who was the president of the American Psychological Association in the 1990s, is that we need to step back and we need to look at the values that our children are taught to embrace And we need to consider whether or not those values are realistically attainable by the average individual. Right? Who remembers the American dream? Who, like me, grew up being told that if you work hard, you could be just as rich and even famous as Bill Gates or Steve Jobs. Do you remember that? But if not, well, then that's your fault. So that's the so-called American dream. But the fact of the matter is that it is highly unlikely. Economic mobility in the United States is incredibly limited. You are more likely to get out of poverty in Bangladesh than you are in the United States. But if you embrace the American dream and you're 40 years old in a polyester suit selling 3-pound burritos on the second shift at the drive-thru at Taco Bell, well, you're taught to blame yourself. And that's a recipe for psychological despair. Women have it even harder because we expect women to also be fiscally successful, but we also hold them accountable for standards of physical beauty that are literally unattainable. Who's aware of the fact that a picture of the pretty women in Cosmopolitan, those women are all touched up? Are you aware that they don't actually look like that? And the fact is if I can't floss my teeth with you, you're too chunky. And if you're older than 25, I don't know what the current use-by date is of women in our society, but these are impossible standards. And the point very simply is I think we are paying the price psychologically now. I was the last generation of Americans where it was okay to be average. Old timers might remember back in the day, the average person was average. And that was all right. You didn't have to disembowel yourself in the parking lot of your college if you got a B. A B was good. And we used to get drunk and tear down the goalposts on the football field and bring them into our dorm rooms. And I fear for the youth today because I think, again, without belaboring this point, that they are being held accountable for standards that are just not realistically attainable. And this is a recipe for psychological despair. Thomas Hardy, one of my favorite British novelists, he said, if a way to the better there be, it comes from taking a close look at the worst. And that's pretty much what we have done tonight. What I would submit is that malignant manifestations of repressed death anxiety bring out the worst in us. They make us demoralized, hateful, warmongering proto-fascists plundering the planet in our insatiable quest for dollars and dross in a Facebook, alcohol, TV stupor. And I don't think it is overly polemic to agree with the psychohistorian Robert J. Lifton, who said that we may be the first form of life to have the ignominious distinction of being responsible for our own extinction. All right, I'm tempted to stop because it's late, but I don't want to leave you with that thought because it's like, oh, thank you very much. All right, but have a good night. Meet me behind the dumpster in the grocery store, and we'll guzzle some woolite. All right, let's not stop there. Let's end on a slightly more propitious note by noting, and I do think this is of radical importance, that human beings, we have a really fantastic track record historically of extricating ourselves from some very serious problems once we understand what underlies them. So in the Middle Ages, when half of Europe was wiped out from the plague, we weren't getting anywhere when we attributed the plague to evil spirits. But then we figured out that it was bacteria, and once we did that, we invented penicillin, and that led to modern medicine and probably why most of us are still alive today. By the same token, I would submit that if we could collectively come to recognize the central role that mortal terror plays in our lives, then we might be able to deploy our remarkable ingenuity in the service of reducing the destructive potential that our existential fears can and often do unleash. And so, let me leave you with two of my favorite thoughts. I don't have any thoughts of my own, but other people that I like. Albert Camus, in his notebooks, he said, "Come to terms with death. Thereafter, anything is possible." And I like that, maybe an overstatement, although I hope he's on the right track. And the reason I mention that is because if these ideas have merit, then we're all implicated. I think it's incumbent upon each of us to just think about the extent to which concerns about our mortality influence a lot of what we do. And I think it's important to note that death anxiety is not itself the problem. Death's not going to go away. Death anxiety is not going to go away. When we get into trouble is when we repress death anxiety, when we bury it under the psychological bushes and it comes back to bear malignant fruit. And that's when I think it causes us some difficulties. One more thought from Erik Erikson. Anybody remember him, the famous psychohistorian? Erikson said, when parents have the courage to die, their children will have the faith to live. And I really like that idea because what it points out for each of us is that this is not only about us. The decisions that we make or that we fail to make about coming to terms with our own mortality influence not only the course of our lives, but the lives of the people that come after us. I think there's a tremendous amount at stake, and that we each can contribute to, as corny as it sounds, making the world, if not a better place, how about a slightly less troubled one? Thank you so much for your time and attention. Thank you. Oh, this is better. I can see you all look vaguely familiar. So do my kids when I see them, though. So evidently we can have some questions, which would be great.
I just want to start off with, you mentioned in our phone conversation prior to the program about the judges.
You know what, Lisa, I'm so sorry. So can I have a minute for that?
Yes,
Yeah,
please. It's very interesting.
We had a pre-production meeting, and of course, these great folks at the museum are like, "Oh, you must talk about this," and then I didn't do it. Not intentionally, but I do think this is important. The very first study that we did was with municipal court judges in Tucson, Arizona. We divided them in half. Half of them think about death. The other half think about not death. And then we asked them to set bond for an alleged prostitute. And we were just interested in whether or not death reminders would influence the punitive reactions of the judges. And they sure did. In the control condition, the judges set an average bond of $50, which was typical at the time. When they were reminded of their mortality, the bond was 9 times higher, $455. When we asked the judges, they said, "No way your stupid questionnaire could have influenced our judgments." My silly joke to Lisa is, next time you get a parking ticket, pray that the judge hasn't driven past a cemetery on the way to sentencing you. But more seriously, I've been an expert witness in several death penalty cases where an argument has been made that we shouldn't show people gratuitous death-related imagery just prior to sentencing. And there's been more than one study that shows that legal decisions are routinely altered by these momentary conditions that include death reminders. Thanks for reminding me of that, Lisa.
Question is going to be right here.
Okay, so everything you're saying here really kind of rings true, at least to me, in a lot of ways. But just to play devil's advocate here, which is what I do, going back to the man's inhumanity to men with differing ideas.
Yeah.
Where do people factor in who might have truly convicted beliefs that there's an afterlife and they're all set, and this whole death thing is just going to be like graduating from high school or a corporate reload package or something, and it's just not that big a deal. And if somebody disagrees,
While you were running yourself ragged doing all those errands, the sage council of Northlot were feeling quite cozy and warm. That is, until they discovered their backup generator, well, the one you brought for them, has almost run out of fuel. And now they're calling me every 10 minutes, counting down the last gallons in the tank like a doomsday clock. How about you give them a doomsday clock? Just kidding. It's probably time to connect them back to the grid, or else we'll never hear the end of it. Can you bring enough steel beams to repair the power line near the village? Pretty please, with a cherry on top.
Yeah.
you
So,
know,
what was
that's
his
too bad.
question?
I'm sorry. It's for instance, to me, in a lot of ways. But just to play devil's advocate here, which is what I do, the going back to the man's inhumanity to men with differing ideas.
Yeah.
Where do people factor in who might have truly convicted beliefs that there's an afterlife and they're all set, and this whole death thing is just going to be like graduating from high school or a corporate reload package or something, and it's just not that big a deal. And if somebody disagrees, that's too bad. I'm sorry you don't see it the right way. Your loss, not mine. But yet we've had historically all this animosity towards different peoples. What's going on there? Was there never really truly any convicted belief in an afterlife, or is there something else going on? In addition to to the fear of death.
Yeah, great question. And we should talk afterwards, just so we don't get bogged down, sir, because I don't know. We think there's other things going on, and we think that
I didn't get his question.
people
Wait.
Graduating from high school might have truly differing ideas.
Yeah.
Where do people factor in who might have truly convicted beliefs that there's an afterlife and they're all set, and this whole death thing is just going to be like graduating from high school or a corporate reload package or something, and it's just not that big a deal. And if somebody disagrees, that's too bad. I'm sorry you don't see it the right way. Your loss, not mine. But yet we've had historically all this animosity towards different peoples. What's going on there? Was there never really truly any convicted belief in an afterlife, or is there something else going on? In addition to to the fear of death.
Yeah, great question. And we should talk afterwards, just so we don't get bogged down, sir, because I don't know. We think there's other things going on, and we think that people, despite their confident proclamations to the effect that they're certain of what will happen when the psychological crap hits the fan, as it were, end up not being so sure. Anyway, it's a profoundly important point that we've been struggling with empirically, and it's a good one.
We have another question right here.
Thank you, Professor Solomon. It's Vera. You're
Hi, Vera.
amazing. You changed my life when I had you as a student. Okay, so I guess my question is, and you probably get this a lot, you talked about religion in regard to death denial, and Christians and Jews and Indians and Pakistanis and Hindus and, all that. What about when someone's an atheist or a Buddhist or, who doesn't have necessarily like this prescribed notion about an afterlife? I'm just curious.
No, very good. Vera and I go way back. When did you graduate?
2003.
I can't believe it.
Yeah.
Anyway, good point. The Buddhists should be pretty good, but in the country formerly known as Burma, they don't have a real good track record in terms of their treatment of others. All right. Having said that, though, we have studied Buddhist monks in Asia. I can't remember what country, and they don't respond defensively to death reminders. So there's at least some possibility, and I believe this earnestly, that it is possible. Who's seen the Tibetan Book of the Dead, and there's lots of religious and philosophical traditions where we are taught that it takes a lot of time and effort, but we can come to terms with our mortality to the extent that we shouldn't behave this way. But atheists are not like that. It turns out, and again, this is another one of these things, we'll catch up and we'll talk more. Atheists turn out to be different than people who describe themselves as agnostics, right? The agnostic just says, I don't know what I can't know. The atheist is the flip side of the religious fundamentalist, right? They each are ardently convinced of that which can't be known. And so when we remind atheists of their mortality, they're just as vicious as their theistic counterparts, and they become more convinced that God doesn't exist. And so our view is that atheism is just another death-denying worldview, and a rather shallow and disenchanted one. Moreover, when atheists are reminded of their mortality, and we give them, not we, but there's some folks at Oxford that measure what's called implicit or unconscious religious beliefs, what they find is that atheists reminded of their mortality, they say they believe in God less, but unconsciously they become more religious, just like religious people. So I guess what I would say is that there's a lot more work to be done, but I don't buy the arguments, with all due respect, of the Christopher Hitchens of the world or the Richard Dawkins, when they say, oh, religious people are these poor deluded bastards, and atheists are the all-encompassing repositories of wisdom who see the world clearly and truly. Well, if that were the case, they wouldn't respond to death reminders in the same way that their theistic brethren do. Great point, though, Vera.
Next question here.
My question is, when you become so accustomed to being on the brink of death, how would that affect the denial of death?
Wow, good question, sir. And that's what we're doing right now. And without trying to sound defensive, because I think your question is really important, Tom and Jeff and I, we spent 30 years just trying to show in our studies that these death reminders have predictable effects. And now the real work starts. And what I mean by that is to get at the nuances, to address the questions, the fine questions over here. We're studying people who work in healthcare settings, like nurses and surgeons. We're studying first responders, fire people, and police who put themselves at risk all the time. And we don't know, which is just my way of saying I need to come back here someday if I can calm the folks that ask me. And I'll get back to you on that. I think that it's an important question, but like all the good ones, I got to go with I don't know yet.
Okay, next question's right here.
I wonder, in any of your studies, have you studied people who trend towards suicide? It seems like it's a growing proportion, particularly amongst young people. It's one of the leading causes of death, where they no longer strive to maintain their own lives.
Yeah, absolutely, sir. The straightforward answer is we've not done that, not because we're uninterested, but because we can't see a way to do that in an ethical fashion. What we would like to do, I mean, in principle, and again, this is where science in theory butts up against practical constraints. If people who were prone to suicide, if we gave them subliminal death primes, then you would expect suicidal ideology to increase. We do have a chunk of a chapter in our book about suicide where we argue, based on clinical research, that most people, not everybody, but most who commit suicide believe that there's something on the other side that is better than their lives at present. But no, we haven't Haven't done that, again, not because we wouldn't like to, but because it would really be tough to do it in an ethically sane way.
Next
Thank you.
question here.
As far as I know, the shamanist cultures, the cultures we call primitive probably, they don't really hate other religions. Like, they're absolutely tolerant to other religions, and that was observed like for like shamanist, maybe animist cultures and so on. Have you investigated this and looked at, or do you have any explanation for this behavior?
Yeah, actually, that's another one of these. Every one of these things are great. And again, these are the high dollar questions that if I could answer, I'd be chugging rum out of a coconut on a beach with my Nobel Prize. Because all of these effects that I reported have been found in Asian cultures, but they're, in a modern secular world, we've been kind of homogenized. And it is true that non-monotheistic religious traditions are fairly ecumenical with regard to the toleration of people with different religions, but they always see them as inferior to their own. So most primitive cultures, and again, we write about this in our book, I don't know if it makes us right, but what we learned reading anthropologists is that most primitive cultures, the word for their culture means human to them. And of course, the implication, therefore, is that if you're not of their culture, then you're slightly less than human. So you might be tolerated, but it doesn't mean that you're not denigrated. Good question, though.
Okay, we have a question right here.
I can't see. Now I can see.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that our death anxiety is an inherent part of our humanity. So you, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying that our death anxiety is an inherent part of our humanity. So potentially not learned or acquired, but have you looked at all in children to see if their perspective is different than adults? And I'm not sure where the cut point would be to define what a child is, since it's a continuum of development.
Yeah, okay. Again, another annoyingly, and I mean that as a compliment. No, another, look, it's an incredibly important question. We have a chapter in our book on, how children become aware of death. There's a massive clinical literature that suggests that kids are aware of and concerned about death long before their parents think. So the Sylvia Anthony in the 1940s and 50s, a British psychologist, interviewed children and their parents. And kids as young as 2 or 3 express concerns about death, while their parents are saying, oh, they never even think about that. Young people here, have a pet or a plant first and don't have kids for this particular reason. But I was interested when we had kids as to when the issue would arise and if it would be precipitated by any particular event, like the death of a relative or a pet. And unclear if there's a predictable developmental progression. Now, there has been some research by Israeli psychologists suggesting that children as young as 9, when they're reminded of their mortality, hate Russian immigrants in Israel, and they love Jewish people. So what I can tell you with confidence is that by age 9, the effects that I spoke about tonight are already manifested in kids. But that doesn't really address your question as to what point it happens. Does it happen at the same time for all people, or whether or not we're able to delineate a developmental trajectory that can shed light on that? So again, another great question that we need to get to.
Next question over here.
Hi. I'm wondering if you've seen anything about how long has to pass between the reminder of death and the effect you're seeing. So, obviously the people in the control group have been reminded of death in maybe the past week, but they still wanted to vote for John Kerry.
Yeah.
How long do you have to go?
Yeah, you guys are awesome. And we should stop soon before my I don't knows get too tedious. All right. Again, another high-dollar question. In our world, we call that a stochastic issue, I think is the word, which is, what's the time course of this? There have been studies that show that these death reminders that we do in the lab persist for hours or even days. But again, that doesn't answer your question as to, that's the beauty of the lab experiments, is that by creating a completely artificial environment for a very short amount of time, we can really surgically alter conditions. So one group of people is exposed to one thing and another group not. But as you really rightfully point out, and accurately, we're assaulted by a bouillabaisse of death-related imagery on a relatively regular basis. And that raises another important empirical question as to how much that affects us. And good point. All right, somebody asked me a yes or no question.
Okay.
Which would be really...
Do you have a yes or no? All right, here we go, over here.
No, I'm being silly, but these are great questions, by the way.
I can phrase this as a yes or no question, but have you done any research, or are you aware of any research on how attitudes about abortion have been impacted by death anxiety?
No, we're doing that now. So, that's a great one. So right now, we're looking at attitudes about really current social issues. So what I can tell you is that Americans reminded of their mortality hate Muslims and object to a mosque being built in their neighborhood. Americans reminded of their mortality hate immigrants and object to immigrants moving into their neighborhood. The two things we're looking at now are attitudes about guns and attitudes about abortion, given that these are of such prominent and controversial concerns. So, no, we haven't done it, but we are doing it. So that's why I've got to come back, David.
Next question here.
Oh, crap.
I've noticed that a lot of times people don't seem to care about environmental issues, even since the inconvenient truth and beforehand. And even at my own church, they'll throw all the plastic tablecloths into the trash, even though they're pretty clean and you could return them to the supermarket, or they'll throw things away, or people will tell you, oh, I do it at home, I don't do it here. I do it at home, I don't do it on vacation. They have a million excuses about why they are not going to help the environment, and they don't seem to want to face it, and they don't want to take the blame for, gee, we might have done something to the planet. Maybe that's why we're having all these wild weather and climatic problems. So do you think this might be sort of like the forest and the suburbs type thing?
I do, but without running the risk of appearing to be monolithically simple-minded. In other words, what I would argue is that death anxiety is implicated in all of these issues, but it doesn't follow from that it's the only factor. Does that make sense? For example, there's some great research, and it has nothing to do with what I talked about this evening, that shows that a lot of people who are resistant to the idea of global warming. So who's aware of the fact that if, as a caricature of a stereotype, people that describe themselves as conservative tend to be climate deniers? Do we know that in Boston? All right, well, but there's a great study by some guys at Duke where they show that conservatives are more willing to admit that global warming is real if you show them evidence that it can be solved solely through market forces. All right, but if you argue that it is an intractable problem, is it Naomi Wolf or Naomi Klein who writes about how one of the problems with the climate is that it's too big an issue, the market can't fix it? Well, it's then that they become most ardently opposed to the proposition that the environment is changing. All right, I say that just to point out that the world is complex, and almost certainly all of the phenomena that I spoke about tonight, where I claim that death anxiety is a factor, I don't mean to imply that it's the only factor, but I think it's part of it. Good point.
Okay, over here we have another question.
Hi.
Hi there.
Hi. Yes or no?
Thanks, Hank. I'll go with no.
Do parents tend to exhibit less fear anxiety than do non-parents?
Oh, good question. I don't know. What I can tell you, just based on our studies, is that when parents are reminded of their mortality, and you ask them how many kids they intend to have, they say they want to have more kids, they say they want to have them sooner, and they say they're more likely to name them after themselves. And that freaks me out, because there's enough Sheldons in the world without another one, so please don't bring up the death thing.
We have a question over here.
Hi.
Hi.
This is going to sound kind of weird, but have you ever done anything or know of anyone that actually did a study with people who have suffered, well, lack of a better term, a near-death experience, meaning they were literally on death's door and either, near fatal illness, accident, something along that line?
I should have.
See, we're doing that right now. This is a great question. Finally, I can say yes. There's a very talented PhD student. His name's Simone Bianco. He's from the University of Padua in Italy. And he's with me at Skidmore College this spring doing his doctoral dissertation research. And we are studying people who have had near-death experiences And it's already known that people who have had near-death experiences report lower death anxiety. But that's if you ask them if they're afraid of death. The problem is that in our studies, the people who say that they're the least afraid of death, when we remind them of death, they become the most hateful of people who are different. Right? And so, therefore, it's just like a self-esteem scale. So when you ask people to report their self-esteem, people who say they have high self-esteem, they often do, or they're pathological narcissists who actually have low self-esteem. So what Simone and I are doing is we are studying people who have had near-death experiences, and we're measuring unconscious death anxiety in ways that we can talk about. By the way, we'll have some more questions, but I'm Sheldon Solomon. I work at Skidmore College. You know how to use the internet. These are like great questions. No, I encourage everybody who's interested, if you want to see like the published studies of anything that I talked about this evening, please write to me. If you have questions, even to ask me the ones you did tonight and want me to actually think about it for a while and maybe say something besides, I don't know, let's keep in touch. And I mean that sincerely.
That's amazing
and
that
quite,
this guy is doing
with
this.
a good deal of self-interest, because most of our research over the
everyone
decades
for the questions.
is a result of these kinds of what I find exhilarating exchanges, where somebody says, what about this? What about that? And that's how we get our ideas. And so near-death experiences, we're looking at that now. I will get back to you. Very good.
Okay, another question right here.
So you give a number of very compelling examples of death reminders, eliciting bad behavior.
Yeah.
Kind of culminating in some current events regarding politics.
Yeah.
Is there a psychological immunization? Can the reverse messages or can you conceive of messages that might blunt that or even trigger the opposite response?
Yeah, excellent. And that's, this is going to sound awfully familiar. That's what we're now doing. We coming from the, back in the day, we were really interested, as was Becker, in trying to kind of delineate the psychological underpinnings of the most unsavory characteristics of human behavior. And now I'm kind of sick of death, and I'm more interested in life, and this is what we would now like to do, to be more precise and to respond to your fine point. Now we want to see if we can leverage some of these same psychological phenomenon to bring out the best in us, because what I talked about this evening was decidedly and surely one-sided. And this is now what we're trying to figure out, because I would like to think that, like any phenomenon, that there's two sides to every story, as it were. Good point, sir.
We have one more question right over here.
What impact do you think studying death and therefore being reminded of your own mortality on a constant basis has had on you and your colleagues?
That's a great question.
All right, good point. That's actually a nice way to have a last question. I must confess, where's Lisa? I'm also not a big fan of death. So when Lisa said that you didn't, when you realized it when you were 5, my epiphany is when I was 8 years old and my grandmother died. And the night before, my mom said, say goodbye to Grandma. She's not going to be here. I'm like, what's up? And she's like, oh, Grandma's dying. And then like, okay, fine. And I'm sitting around the next day. And I'm like, oh, wow, Grandma, yeah, that's a downer. I'm going to miss you. And then I'm like, oh, but that means my mom's going to grow old, and who's going to make me chocolate pudding? That's really bad. And I was looking at my stamp collection, and I saw I had all these old stamps, American stamps of the dead presidents, George Washington, Adams, Monroe. I'm like, God, these guys are all gone. And then literally, like a psychological thunderbolt, I'm like, oh, wow, me. And I have that same shudder. And I must confess that my interest in these matters is deeply personal. And when I first read Ernest Becker, I was like, wow, this is actually what I've been dwelling on for all of my kidhood. Now, in some ways, when Jeff and I talk about our work, we just say, well, our terror management theory has been our own form of death denial. That by intellectualizing the problem and doing all of these studies and writing our scientific papers and books, ironically, that's actually distracted me from the raw emotion that would occur if I sat still long enough to look in the mirror and notice that I look like the guy on Jethro Tull's Aqualung, kind of teetering on the threshold of oblivion. So in some ways, I don't think that it's done much, and yet I would like to think that even though it's taken decades, that I've done my best to try and remind myself every day to think about, even in a fleeting fashion, if what I'm doing, if I'm doing it for the right reasons. And right in the sense of for its own intrinsic purpose, as opposed to a manifestation of death anxiety. You know, so did we write this book because we wanted to convey what we've been doing for years to other interested people? Or did we write this book because I want to be on Oprah? Or both? And I don't know, and I think that's a fine question. I don't think it's made us better humans, but maybe, and if Tom and Jeff were here, I think what they would say is, on a good day, it's just made us a little bit more tolerant of even people who are intolerant. It's easier sometimes when we see people doing things to say, wow, that's terrible, but it really may be a secondary manifestation of death anxiety, and while not thereby defensible, at least understandable. All right, thank you again so much. This was lovely. Thank you.
Well, amazing. Dis-ease. I mean, just to really think about that word, dis-ease, and it's kind of poignant that so much mental dis-ease and mental illness is happening now that we're surrounded constantly by death reminders. If we can't get over it, we'll all meet behind the dumpster and drink some Molite. And in the meantime, we invite you to stay around for a book signing. The museum store will be selling copies of Sheldon's book, The Worm at the Core, The Role of Death in Life. And so we thank you for coming. Our next program is in a month, and we will be screening the film Endless Abilities, which is very inspiring because it's people with physical disabilities doing amazing sports. And so we invite you to come and join us for a very life-affirming program.
Right.
Thank you. Good night. Come back.
Wow. Lowell Institute. I didn't really finish this one, did I?
Surrounded by all the terracotta soldiers. We got the Egyptians in the pyramids set up with little canoes to paddle into the afterlife.
And here we are, fast forward, and we're cutting our heads off and freezing them and expecting to live in the universe and Mars and beyond.
There you go. And of course, the richer technological oligarchs, they're not waiting to freeze. They're trying to transfer themselves away from our bodies, up to the Google cloud or something along these lines. And so we are no different than the Chinese folks thousands of years ago, or Ponce de Leon, looking for the trees to keep us young. Yes.
So what does this imply for our culture? Does terror management theory apply only to individuals, or does culture also perceive death? Like the death of economic growth or the death of modernity? Is there a cultural awareness overlaid on top of your theory potentially?
Yeah, I think, again, that's rather brilliant, that what we've got, is a dialectical interaction between the individual and the culture. The cultural level, all cultures, according to guy Oswald Spengler, who wrote a book called The Decline of the West. He was like a Nietzsche guy. And he's like, look, all cultures are essentially serve to help us transcend death, but all cultures also have their own historical cycle. They are formed at some point, and then they have a magic stretch, ideally a long one, where a lot of the people, the majority of the people in the culture, subscribe to that conception of reality, and it provides a sense of meaning and value for enough of the constituents, and that's the stable time when life is good. All right, but then when stuff starts to break down, maybe because of a historical event, maybe because of a disruption that's political or economic, the culture becomes very much aware of it being endangered, and I think that's where we're finding ourselves now. Nietzsche said in The Gay Science, God is dead. And then I tell my students, read the rest of the paragraph, because he goes on to say Christianity has become unbelievable. He's not being cynical. He's just like, wait a minute, we got the theory of evolution. We got at the Industrial Revolution, we've got modernity, where we can see that we're not the only culture in the world. We're not the sole repository of wisdom. And Nietzsche said the shit's going to hit the fan. It's going to take hundreds of years to step back and regroup. It's probably going to be ugly. But his optimistic conclusion is sometimes out of the smoldering heap of the rubble of cultural disintegration comes radical transformation that is better for all of us.
So does terror management theory and the broader discourse that you're teaching and have been studying, does it explain religion? I forgot who said it, but the difference between an atheist and a Christian is a Christian doesn't believe in 2,999 gods, and an atheist just goes one further. But if there are 3,000 cultural stories of a supreme being, it almost argues that as religion is a cultural response to recognition of death, because it keeps, at least conceptually, psychologically, in our endocrine cascade and our hormones, it keeps life alive and suppresses that feeling.
Absolutely. I think this is important. A few things. One is that, by the way, I'm not a scholar. I'm a dishwasher who read a few books, but my understanding is that the original Latin word for religion means to bind. And a dead French sociologist, Emile Durkheim, he said, look, there was religion before there were gods. It was existential apprehensions that we weren't quite aware of yet that kind of drew us together. And that at our best, religion provides a common means of connecting with our fellow humans that offers us a sense of encouragement, and I'm emphasizing the courage, and understanding that there are things that stand under us that give us kind of a foundation for psychological equanimity. So that's one point that I think is important, and that is religion is central to human affairs. It has been here longer than just being a means of death, transcendence, or denial. But that's clearly the case today. And I say that on empirical grounds because our research, the way that we study Becker's ideas is to remind people that they're going to die. And sometimes we do that in the lab. We just give them a piece of paper and say, write down your thoughts and feelings about dying. In control conditions, we ask people to write down their thoughts and feelings about something unpleasant but not fatal. You know, you're in a car accident and you lost a leg, need a root canal, but there's no anesthetic, you failed the test. So that's what we do sometimes. We remind people they're going to die. Other times we go outside. of the lab. We stop some people in front of a funeral parlor and other people 100 meters to either side. And our thought is, if you're in front of a funeral parlor, death is on your mind, even if you don't know it. All right, and then back to the lab. We bring people in, we have them read stuff on a computer screen, and while they're doing that, we flash the word death for 28 milliseconds. It's so fast that you don't even know that death is on your mind. Well, anyway, when we do that, religious people or become more religious. They become more confident in the existence of God and in the efficacy of prayer. Right? And then there's another paradigm where we piss on people's beliefs. And so in an experiment, well, we didn't do this one, but if you show Christian fundamentalists passages in the Bible that are logically inconsistent, that makes unconscious death thoughts come more readily to mind. And so it's on those grounds that we would argue that religion serves a death-denying function. But let's be clear that that doesn't mean that that's all it does. All right, but one more thing, and that is that atheism is a religion also. With all due disrespect to the people that claim that the religious people are deluded, but they have an undistorted conception of reality, that just happens not to be the case. When you remind an atheist that they're going to die, they become more convinced that there's no such thing as God. But even more, there's I can't remember where the guy is now or even his name, but did an experiment, no atheists in the foxholes. When atheists are reminded that they're going to die, they don't believe in God, they say, but if you measure religiosity unconsciously, they actually become more connected to things like supernatural and heaven. So even atheists, we would argue, they're not seeing the world as it is. They have just embraced the cultural construction of reality that assumes that there is no deity. And my point is that atheism is just a super superficial, unsubstantial, and without being fortified by a lot of other ethical and psychodynamic principles is a really thin gruel to obtain and maintain a sense of self-esteem and psychological security more broadly defined.
You know, I just am grateful that somehow I've arrived at this job. This is my job, to meet fascinating people like you and talk about this, like the tapestry of who we are as a species and what we're doing in the world. It's just fascinating. So the mutual friend we have, Dr. Sarah Wolf, was telling me about some terms that are underneath the body of work, mortality salience and mortality priming. So I know you're a psychologist, not a neuroscientist, but when we get a mortality prime, first of all, define what that is. And second of all, like, what physiologically happens to us?
Yeah, awesome. Okay, so mortality prime or mortality salience, that's just the piece of jargon that we use for when we remind people that they're going to die. And our experiments, we're social psychologists studying attitudes and behavior. And so at that level, what we think we have demonstrated rather convincingly is that when you're reminded that you're going to die, you cling more tenaciously to your cultural worldview. You make efforts to enhance your own self-esteem, and you also fortify your relationships with significant others. All right, but now back to your question, though, and that is, what are the neuroanatomical, biochemical underpinnings of mortality salience? In my estimation, the most interesting and important work based on terror management theory today is not by us. You know, we're on the cusp of retirement. I'll see you next time in Florida on the shuffleboard court. But anyway, there's these Israeli neuroscientists who have demonstrated very convincingly that death reminders have a unique and common neural pathway, and that any kind of intervention that serves to make us better able to manage existential anxieties without having malignant effects thereafter, they modify that neural pathway. We are now looking at the level of single neural responses to death reminders and finding that it is very peculiar and unique to death.
So you said there were three things: the cultural, we link and lean into the cultural worldview.
Lean into the culture.
And then we boost self-esteem.
Yep.
And then loved ones.
Yeah, loved ones.
But the cultural worldview, there's not just one, right?
Yes.
So we link to the one that we self-identify with.
Absolutely.
So it's like hitting a turbo boost, like you said earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is critically important as we move forward, because it does suggest that if we want to think about modifications of human attitudes and behavior in light of Becker and terror management theory, that one way to proceed is to modify our humanly constructive cultural worldviews. So just to give some examples, we did an early experiment where we just wanted to see if people who describe themselves as conservative or liberal, will they respond differently to death reminders? So anyway, the word liberal means tolerant and open-minded. And conservative means to preserve what currently exists. People who identify as conservative, this is not a pejorative judgment, it's just a declaration of fact. They're not all that concerned about disparaging people who are different than themselves. But anyway, sure enough, we reminded conservative and liberal participants that they're going to die. And then we asked them to make judgments of other individuals that varied in similarity to them. And what we found is that conservatives reminded of death they liked conservatives more and liberals less. Liberals reminded that they're going to die liked everybody more, all right? Because it's tolerant and open-minded.
That's profound.
It is profound. But the only thing that's profoundly disconcerting is that political orientation is largely a genetic inheritance. And so if you're identical twins separated at birth, you know, one's reared in Germany during World War II and the other whatever in Hawaii, if one twin is liberal, the other is also likely to be. It's not 100%, but so my point with regard to that is that we're not going to be able to just tweak somebody's political orientation. This is just to show that if you've got a different worldview, when you're reminded you're going to die, you're going to go in different directions.
That has huge implications because you add that on to the algorithms and the polarization and the social media, and it's when we get mortality prime, which we get every day in the news today, it's like a turbo boost putting us towards our tribe and against the other tribe.
Yeah, no, brilliant. I really like how you put that. And again, to be silly, but you just said it. We are marinating in death anxiety, both conscious and unconscious. We've got the climate melting before our eyes, or rather just changing in a radically uncertain way.
But when it's changing in a radical way, especially a young person can imagine in our mind the melting in their lifetime or whatever else they imagine.
That's right. So we got that. We're in the aftermath of the pandemic, with the likelihood of another one. We're in the middle of global economic instability. The degree of armed conflict is rather high. And I think this is particularly relevant for environmental issues, even if it doesn't seem that way. We're in the midst of a transformation around the world from democracy to fascism. It has happened before. It's happening now.
But your theory explains why, maybe.
Precisely. So we can go back and talk about all these things. Let's start with the fascism, maybe, because I can't think of anything more pressing right now. And this is not a political argument. We can have that discussion another time. But, we just had President Trump, I don't know if it was yesterday or the day before, declaring climate change to be a con. And it turns out, is it Eve Darian Smith? Do you know a book called Global Burning? It was written a year or two ago, and it's by an environmental scientist in California. And her point is that fascism and environmental catastrophe go together. The countries that are doing the best to adapt to environmental circumstances are functional democracies. And the ones that have no concern whatsoever for managing the climate are fascists. Now, let's remember, Mussolini defined fascism as, he said, let's call it corporatism, because what it really is, it's when immoral and corrupt politicians combined with immoral and corrupt business people whose sole goal is to maximize what is a fundamentally meaningless abstraction, and that's money. Not that it doesn't have enormous power.
Yeah.
That is what is burning the planet. All right, so back to terror management theory. Becker said in his book, The Denial of Death, there's an entire chapter about Hitler. And Hitler was elected in the 1930s without Russian interference after saying that he was going to make Germany great again. And Becker follows dead sociologist Max Weber, and it was Weber who coined the term charismatic leader. And he said in times of historical crisis, we tend, and when I say we, I mean all of us.
Humans.
We tend to be more prone to mindless adherence to ideological demagogues who often declare that they're divinely ordained to rid the world of evil. And Becker just adds to that that's because of death anxiety. All right, how do we know that it's true? Well, that's where the experiments come in. I was in Manhattan on September 11th, 2001, when the World Trade Center went down. And that's when George W. Bush was president. And the day before September 11th, he had the lowest approval rating in the history of American politics. 3 weeks later, after he said we are going to rid the world of evil, and that he thought God had chosen him to lead the country during this difficult time, he had the highest approval rating of any American president, even among Democrats. So we're like, well, maybe Bush all of a sudden became an effective president, or maybe Americans saturated with death anxiety were groping for a psychological lifeboat in the form of a charismatic leader. Right, sure enough, we did dozens of studies in controlled conditions. When we asked people to think about stuff but not dying, they didn't like George W. Bush, and they didn't like his policies in Iraq. And they liked John Kerry, who was running for president in 2004, a lot more than Bush. But if we reminded them they were going to die first, they liked Bush a whole lot more than Kerry. All right, fast forward to 2015, when Donald Trump comes down the escalator, declaring only I can fix it, and declaring that we've got to get rid of the Negrotinous horde that is invading our country. Part of fascism is you've got to have a designated enemy that you define as the all-encompassing repository of evil. So anyway, we did the same thing. He's running against Hillary Clinton. We do an experiment. Sure enough, our participants like Clinton more than Trump in a benign psychological condition, but they like Trump a lot more when death is on their minds. One more set of studies, just while I'm remembering it, and that is that when Trump is doing his campaigning, it's almost always demonizing immigrants or terrorists or mosques or Islam. So we did other studies where we just showed that if you remind Americans, or if you ask them to think about a mosque being built in their neighborhood, that makes death thoughts come more readily to mind. If you ask Americans to think about immigrants coming to their town, that makes death come more readily to mind. If you ask Americans to think about terrorists, that makes death come more readily to mind. And that in turn increases support for Donald Trump. And so as Steve Bannon, his advisor,